Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for coming to the fourth Southern Virginia Regional Housing Summit. If everyone can please make their way to their seats, we'd like to get started. I'd like to invite Chris McNamara with Virginia Housing to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to welcome you all to the fourth annual Southern Virginia Regional Housing Summit on behalf of Virginia Housing. My name is Chris McNamara, and I serve as a Strategic Housing Officer in our Community Outreach Division. Whether this is your first time joining with this event or you've been here since the beginning, we're excited to have you here. Virginia Housing has been a part of this event since the very beginning, and this is our third year as the premier sponsor. Each year, this summit grows stronger, not just in size, but in energy, in impact, and in the depth of the partnerships it inspires. I'm looking forward to hearing from all of the participating localities today, including the counties of Pittsylvania, Patrick, Halifax, and Mecklenburg, and the cities of Martinsville and Danville. Make sure to take a chance to visit each of those localities in the back of the room, along with neighboring localities, Campbell County and the town of Alta Vista. Housing is more than buildings. It is the foundation on which our communities stand. It is the anchor for families, the platform for economic mobility, and the connector between schools, jobs, healthcare, and opportunity. When we talk about housing here today, we are talking about the future of Southern Virginia. In the last few years, if the last few years have taught us anything, it's this. No single organization, no single community, and no single leader can solve the housing challenges we face alone. The only way forward is through collaboration, through strategic partnerships that bring together creativity, commitment, and a shared vision for what this region and the Commonwealth as a whole can be. When this event launched 4 years ago, the conversation was often framed around obstacles, shortages of affordable homes, the rising cost of construction, the mismatch between wages and housing costs, and the struggles families face when stable housing is out of reach. Speakers were brought in from other regions to share success stories and to spark our imaginations. I want to be sure that those challenges are still here today, but there's been a big change. I want to celebrate this morning that a lot of these success stories are now right here in this community. We've seen the progress that can be made by all coming together across city and county lines, across public and private sectors, and across industries and disciplines. Those success stories, like I said, are right here. In fact, I've heard several people in this room talk at other events, other summits across the state to share their success stories and inspire new development. That is something that is huge, and we're so excited for that. Some of these examples are right here in Danville. We've got the Dan River Falls Project, which is an award-winning adaptive reuse that took together a lot of different partners across different industries to bring together new mixed-use and mixed-income housing right into Danville. In Martinsville, the EDA was recently awarded a grant from the Tobacco Commission to revitalize a large downtown building into, again, more housing. Halifax, their county's active role in housing and their active role in trying to tackle the housing shortage was directly related to a new economic development announcement recently. Pittsylvania County, we've seen successful conversion of old schools into new housing. We're going to have a chance to hear from all of these localities about their successes later today, and I'm excited to hear more about them. This region is very well represented by a couple different groups, including the West Piedmont Planning District Commission, the Southside Planning District Commission, and the Southern Virginia Regional Alliance, who all work together along with other groups to help promote Southern Virginia. And with that, with everyone working together, the sky truly is the limit. At an event earlier this week in another region, I had a partner ask me, what is going on in Southern Virginia? Every time I hear of something exciting and innovative, it's happening there. This is the spirit of Southern Virginia. You are problem solvers, you are innovators, you are doers. And we know that the future is dependent on those of you who come up with these new ideas and then roll up your sleeves and get the work done. One of the most powerful things about this summit is that it brings us all together into one room. Today, you will hear from local government leaders, housing organizations, lenders and developers, employers and educators, state and regional partners, and I'm excited for all of you to hear from Tammy Neal, the CEO of Virginia Housing, at lunch today to share her vision for what housing can be in this region and across the Commonwealth. Throughout the day, you will also have a chance to network with everyone in this room, and I challenge you to fully take advantage of those opportunities. Be sure to use that time to visit all of the sponsors and exhibitors out in the atrium. Virginia Housing has a table out there, and I am really excited. I hope you all take the chance to meet Renetta Etheridge, our new strategic lending originator, who operates our mobile mortgage office for this region to make sure that everyone has access to Virginia Housing's homeownership resources. Tackling the housing shortage in this region and across Virginia may seem like an impossible task, but each of us holds a piece of the puzzle. But only by working together do those pieces form a bigger picture of a thriving region Southern Virginia deserves. When local governments collaborate across jurisdictional lines, they can scale the solutions and that go beyond individual communities. When lenders and nonprofits come together, they can design financing models that meet families where they are. And when residents are included in the table, their voices guide us towards solutions that are both sustainable and just. The heart of collaboration is recognizing that none of us has all the answers, but together we have more than enough creativity, expertise, and determination to meet the challenge. Every one of you in this room is here because you care about this region. I've witnessed firsthand in my time in Southern Virginia the dedication, creativity, and the drive of all of the localities and partners represented here today. Southern Virginia has always been a region defined by resilience, by determination, and by a deep commitment to community. Housing is at the center of that story. And today, as we gather for the fourth year in a row, we stand on the threshold of what's possible when we dream big and work together. So let us use this summit not only to discuss the challenges, but to ignite the solutions. Let us build on the partnerships we've formed, expand the networks we've created, and harness the creativity that has always been your greatest strength. Together, we can build a Southern Virginia where every person, every family has an opportunity to thrive. So in closing, I want to challenge each of you to do 3 things today. Connect, meet someone new, exchange ideas, share a challenge you're facing, and see what solutions you can come up with together when you collaborate. Create. Let's use this summit to spark our imaginations. Think about how your role, whether in finance, development, government, or advocacy, can be a platform for new creative ideas. And commit. Leave here today with a commitment to action, not just talk, not just plans, but tangible steps forward that will make housing more accessible, more affordable, and more equitable in the region. With that, I want to thank you all and welcome you to the 4th Annual Southern Virginia Regional Housing Summit. I'd like to now introduce Dana Cowart, President of the Lester Group. As Dana makes his way up here, I can go ahead and read his bio. Dana joined the Lester Group in 2024 and serves as president. Born in Anchorage, Alaska, he moved to Washington State during his teenage years, where he commenced his career in the lumber sector at 17. Working summers for lumbermen while completing his studies, Dana graduated from the University of Washington with a degree in business finance. In 2013, Dana joined Orpak Building Products as a door shop manager at their Tacoma, Washington plant. His trajectory continued upward as he was recruited by TAL Building Centers in 2015. Over a span of 10 years, Dana held pivotal roles including branch manager, regional manager, director of operations, VP of sales and marketing, VP of acquisitions, and VP of technology. He significantly contributed to TAL's expansion from 3 locations to 31 across 4 states in the Pacific Northwest. Dana and his wife, Steph, have 2 children and enjoy spending time outdoors. Please join me in welcoming Dana Cowart, President of the Lester Group.
Thank you. Not sure who wrote that bio, but it was pretty complete, so that was good. Thank you so much for having me here. I'm honored to be part of this group. I'm here representing the Lester Group. As mentioned, I'm relatively new to the area. My family and I moved out about 10 months ago. I'm a West Coast kid, but don't hold that against me, please. When we made the decision to come out here, there were really 2 things that helped drive the decision for us. And it was really born into the, first of all, the dedication of the area and the goal of the communities to help drive development in Southern Virginia. Like, that was clear on day one. It was super attractive for me, for my family to say, hey, where's a place that we want to take roots, where we want to help be part of that drive to the future. Second off was just the Lester Group at large. The organization is pretty diverse, and I don't think a lot of people are familiar with everything that the Lester Group is involved with. When I interact with people throughout the communities, usually people have interactions with one part of our organization, right? Either the building supply group or the properties group or what have you, but very few people are familiar with everything that we're involved with. So up on the screen here, these are the list of the companies that work under the Lester Group banner. There are 6 building supply locations, and just to make things complicated, we named them all something totally different, which confuses a lot of people, but the names are up there: Taylor Brothers, Jim Carpenter Company. Most of you are familiar with Lester Building Supply. We also have door manufacturing under Fortress Door. We operate out of Fredericksburg, and we also open up a plant in Atlanta, Georgia. So we handle prep architectural wood doors for mostly commercial applications. On top of that, we've also got Lester Properties, a lot of you are familiar with. We deal with a lot of investment and development on commercial real estate, but also on the single family side, right? And additionally, excuse me, something caught my throat. Additionally, we also handle forestry. We've got 22,000 acres of forest lands that we also have a sustainable harvesting cycle that we deal with on that. So pretty diverse business model. And that was the other thing that was this big attraction for me coming to join the organization, was just how involved they were in a disparate set of businesses. We operate all over the Commonwealth of Virginia, as far north as Manassas, serving the suburbs of the Metro DC area, all the way out to Williamsburg, up to New River Valley, and also hometown here in Martinsville. So definitely invested in the entire Commonwealth of Virginia, but we are headquartered out of Martinsville, and so our heart and soul is here in the Henry County areas, Patrick County, right, Pennsylvania County. That's where our real heart is. And most of you know George Lester passed away this year, but our mandate is to help carry his torch forward. One thing that everybody knows is his passion, his care for the growth and development of the area. So talking a little bit about the building supply side and as it relates to housing, right? Clearly, there's a one-for-one relationship there. Our 6 operations on the building supply side, we provide framing materials, windows, doors, decking, siding, almost everything you would see on the outside of a house. That's our wheelhouse, right? That's our specialty. And we love serving builders, serving homeowners, helping to, frankly, make the American dream come true, which is get your household in order, right? This is just a collage of some of the projects we've worked on over the last year or so, spreading across all the Commonwealth of Virginia. But as you can see, it's a pretty impressive set of things we work on day in and day out. We get the joy of providing one of the major needs of humans, right? Food, water, shelter. That's our wheelhouse. We love the shelter side of it. Additionally, on the property side, as we talk through single-family development, one of the things that we see a huge need for is the help on just the land development side of things. And we've got the expertise with our properties group, also in conjunction with our sister company, Lester Development. And so we've got a project here. We show up in the Blacksburg market. It's called Berry Ridge. And this is a project we partnered with a builder, and so we're providing the development side of it on a 16-lot community it's called Berry Ridge up in the Blacksburg area. And it's been a little bit of a new experiment for us, but we've had a lot of success with it. And we are definitely open to more opportunities just like this, to be able to partner with builders to help continue to drive the growth and the need for single-family housing. So with that, I'd like to kick off and introduce our first speaker for the morning. Our first session begins with a presentation by Kenneth Danter. Kenneth Danter has over 50 years of experience in real estate research, market feasibility, and economic development. As founder of the Danter Company in 1970, he pioneered industry-defining methodologies such as the effective market area SM and the 100% database, both which set new standards for market analysis and feasibility studies. Following the transition of the Danter Company to employee ownership, Mr. Danter established economic development strategies, focusing on housing strategies as a driver of economic growth. Over his career, he has directed more than 10,000 projects across all 50 states, with particular expertise in multifamily and senior housing. His insights have been featured in USA Today, The Washington Post, The Boston Globe, and other leading publications. He remains a trusted voice on real estate markets, housing policy, and the role of development in economic vitality. Danter has been involved in Danville for over 25 years, conducting assignments for apartments, including the River District, single family, lodging, and assisted living. Kent Danter authored the Danville Housing Strategies Report in 2022, and has since completed an update to the multifamily pipeline in Danville in March of 2025. Danter's findings can provide information about the Southern Virginia housing market. Let's welcome Ken Danter.
Boy, wish my mother could have been here to hear that. She never really understood what I did. I told her I was in the numbers business, and she got the total wrong impression. What a great crowd. It's awesome to see so many people here to talk about housing in Danville. Thanks for being here. This is how progress begins. This is how progress is maintained. This is how progress evolves. It's always a pleasure to be in Danville. I've been working here for probably at least 25 years. It's probably the longest relationship that I've ever had. Over the years, we've been, as he mentioned, we've been involved in numerous projects: residential, commercial, assisted living, hotels. It's been a fun project for us just to be here for this long. I feel like I know the town, I know the city very well, I know the people very well. It's unusual for me to be able to work in a city and know how to get around from one place to the other. Danville's made it easy for me. 4 years ago, we prepared a comprehensive housing strategy for Danville. We looked at a number of criteria. We had some kind of astounding findings for us. What we found was that Danville really had the population and the incomes, the economy to support housing. What we didn't have was housing. We went for 20 years without adding much at all in the way of housing. But what we found was there were huge deficits in housing. Over 600 single-family units, almost 800 multifamily units. These are deficits. These are existing deficits in the town. We had households in Danville that were in need of better housing, desired better housing. But in a community, people will leave town if they can't find a job, but they'll also leave town if they can't find a house. And after going 20 years with no meaningful development, the housing market was very stressed. People were very stressed. We saw that in a number of occasions. We did a lot of surveys. We found that people actually were leaving the market because they didn't have a house. One of the things we have to really understand when we're looking at a housing strategy is a continuum of housing. People move around in a market. People move through a series of housing. You start, you come out of college, you come out of school, you get your first job, you're living in an apartment that you never want to go back to. How many people have lived someplace they never want to go back to? Yeah. I mentioned that at one point and somebody raised their hand and said, jail. But you move into your first apartment, you might get a partner or a spouse, you get double income, you move into a higher priced apartment, then another apartment. At some point you're thinking about a single family home. If you buy a single family home, then you maybe go through a couple of changes. Ultimately, you get to the point you're looking at assisted living, empty nester housing. There's a whole continuum of housing. What happens is that people move through that continuum in a rather predictable fashion. If you're living in a $700 apartment, you typically move to maybe a $900 apartment. Then you move to a $1,300, $1,400 apartment, maybe a $2,000 apartment. Then you begin to consider a single family home. In the meantime, if kids come on the scene, you kind of jump that progress and go to the single family home a little earlier. But the increment which you advance is predictable. And most people will increase their rent, for example, at $700 to maybe $900. What happens in Danville is we went for 20 years and we didn't add anything. So now when we come in with a new apartment, for example, that rent is going to be $1,500, $2,000 a month. All of our renters are paying $700 a month. We're asking people to double, maybe triple their rent. Even if they have the incomes to do it, they won't. Emotionally, you can't double your rent. Historically, it has not happened. What has occurred in Danville is a little different. By the way, to get to this model, we've interviewed probably thousands of people at exit surveys from apartments and single family models. We've looked at rental applications. We've looked at mobility studies. All of this to determine this continuum of housing. So we feel pretty confident. We've used it probably 2,000 times over the course of my career to great effect. What happened in Danville was a little different. I was wrong. You know what it does to a consultant to say that? We can't sleep. We drink too much. We lose weight. We lose our hair. In Danville, I was wrong. What happened in Danville is that the people in Danville jumped the continuum. We had $700 rents as kind of the peak two-bedroom rent in the market. There were some other scattered things, but very few units that were over that rent because most of them were 25, 30, 40 years old. 4 or 5 years ago, we began adding rents with modern rent levels, $1,500, $1,800 a month. What we found was people were making that transition. Never in my history have I seen that happen in a marketplace. We've added probably 1,000 units now in the past few years. And what we find is most of those units are being absorbed by local people. They're making the jump that we've not experienced in other markets. When looking at this continuum, and we see that we had huge gaps. Those gaps also manifest themselves as single family because you need high-end rentals to support single family. If you don't have high-end rentals, people can't make that jump. Again, they're back to people who maybe could afford a single family home, but they're paying $700 a month for rent. So we had a situation that, again, we have never seen in a market. One of the things that we're going to hear today, and what brought us to this strategy in the first place was the potential for economic growth, new jobs in the market. So there are two components. One is internal support, and one is demand from employment growth and new jobs in the market. So we wanted to look at those two things, and we started with internal support. You heard about the growth of the market. It's probably one of the things that brought you here. What brought Danville to the top in terms of interest from other people in a regional, national basis was hearing about the job opportunities and growth. One of the things that became a problem was people looked at the market and said, geez, it don't have much in the way of income here. Rents are awfully low. Of course, rents were low not because rents were low, it's because the product was low. We were getting as much as we could for the product we had. So there was no experience with getting a higher rent because we didn't have a higher product. So one of the things that we did, we chose peer cities. We looked at, there's 309 cities with populations between 30 and 50,000, 75 with conventional economies that were located outside of a major metro area, 75 communities about like us. We selected 10 of those for comparison to look at growth, at economies, at income. What we found was pretty striking. Danville, yes, had a lower income than the peer cities. Not much, about 10%. The average income was about $20,000 higher. I think we need to talk for a minute about median income. Median income, the word median is probably the greatest hoax perpetrated on real estate business since location, location, location. We all look at that first number. What is the median income? Well, the median income is simply the midpoint. There's no consideration given to how high that income goes above the median or the depth of that income above the median. An example is, if everybody in the market, the median income is $60,000, if everybody over the median got a $50,000 raise, the median would still be $60,000. Average is a better number to use. And so we tend to use average as much as possible. Sometimes we just can't because the data made available to us doesn't exist in any other form. So if we look in Danville, looking at bands of income are more important than median or average income. How many people are in the band of income that we need to market to? If we have a $1,000 rent, how many people are in that band of income that can afford a $1,000 rent? Much more important than average or median. What we found was, while Danville had a slightly lower median income and a lower average income, they had more people in the prime buying band that we're looking at. Households aged 25 to 46 with incomes over $70,000, considerably more in Danville than in the peer cities. With incomes over $35,000, that supports about an $800 or $900 rent. We had considerably more people in Danville than we had in the peer cities. Households over age 65 with incomes over $35,000. Now, one of the hot products in the market today is senior housing, ranch apartments, senior apartments. People are becoming renters again by choice. They're getting away from the gutter cleaning, the leaves, the snow, the raking. We have considerably more people in Danville among this age cohort with incomes to support modern rents than the peer cities. Yet, our median income was lower. Existing market conditions, we want to take a look and see where we are today and what has happened over the last few years. Median income of Danville has increased 57% since 2019. Now, do I believe that number? No. What I believe is that the Census Bureau has a habit of making estimates throughout the 10-year period leading up to the census. They tend to be a little conservative. So then when the new census comes out, so everybody adjusts their numbers to come up to the new census numbers. It's been that way as long as I've been in business. So the increase wasn't really 57%. Those people were already here. We just didn't know it. Now, has there been increases? Absolutely. Everything points to the fact that we have. But most of those people have been here already. They were here before. The demand from those people was here before. The number of renters with incomes over $40,000 has increased by 87%. I think this is a better number than the previous number. I think the same dynamics are impacting that number, but I also think that given what's happened in the rental market here, that there has been an exciting increase that we really didn't anticipate. The internal deficit for apartments over $1,000 increased 39% since 2022. That we can measure. and that's a solid number. If we look at the unmet need for apartments in today's market, there's a need for 914 additional units with rents over $1,000. I think this is a very conservative number, and the reason is there are almost 4,200 existing renters with income to support those rents, yet we have only 1,250 units. So I think we're being very conservative in that number, but without question, the market is there. There are over 700 existing renters age 62 and over with incomes to support modern rental housing. And keep in fact that while we have those renters age 62 and over, the product we have available to them is mostly 2- and 3-story walk-ups and townhouses. It's not very tenant friendly for seniors. So is there demand for senior rental housing? Absolutely. What this shows, and we talked about the continuum and the gaps in the market. If you look at the graph on the left, that shows the distribution of rental units in Danville by rent range. And what we see is we have a lot of units, these are 1-bedroom units, by the way. There are a lot of units at the bottom of the market, some in one particular range, $7,000 to $1,000. We have a fair number of units there, but you see the big gaps in the market. It's difficult to support the higher end if you have gaps in the market. But look at where we are in 2025. In 3 years, that graph has totally changed. So we now have a much better distribution. We have many, many more apartments supporting those upper rents. It's the same graph for 2-bedroom units. It's even more pronounced. You can see the large number of units at the bottom on the left and more even distribution in the graph on the right. And mostly this is brought about by the addition of considerably new product in the marketplace. When I look at rent change, here's median again. Median rent on a 1-bedroom unit has increased by 90%. Now, and compared with only 17% for 2-bedroom units. This seems kind of preposterous, but again, when you look at the addition of new product to the market, you can drag up the median by adding product at the top. And so that doesn't reflect a 90% change in rents. It reflects an increase in the number of new units on the market and their impact on the median. The reason it's so much higher for a 1-bedroom than a 2 is because most of the new product, being more urban to some degree, has been in 1-bedrooms. So there's been more impact in dragging that median up on 1-bedrooms than there has in 2-bedrooms. So to get a better feel for what has happened with rents, and over the past 2 or 3 years, I've heard a lot of discussion, and just in terms of where rents have gone among that, remember that $600, $700 product we had. When I look at the units that we surveyed in 2022 and go back to those same units in 2025, I found that 1-bedroom rents have increased 27%. We look at 2.5% or 3% a year as being a reasonable number for rent increases. Here we're looking at 27% over 3 years, 34% among 2-bedrooms. Now these are the same properties that I looked at in one period of time. I looked at them again in 2025, and that's the numbers that have shown the increase for that same store product. What this graph is, every dot on that scatter plot represents a property with 1-bedroom units. We look at these properties not only to get the rent for each unit, but we look at the unit amenities, the project amenities, and the curbside appeal of every single property. And we index it. We give each one of those items a number. So a swimming pool has a number, has an index number. The business center. All of those things have an index number. So across the bottom are the index numbers for those properties. The red line was the rent was the trend line rent for one-bedroom units in 2022. The blue line is the same product, one-bedroom units for 2025. You can see what happens. We added a lot of properties at the top of the range, and that pulled that trend line up. What it really says is that in 2022, we really didn't have much of a base of product over $800, which we talked about already. But we've now added that product at the top of the range with better amenities than we had before and with a higher rent. What it says in today's market, that if we have a project that rates at, say, a 23, we can expect to get $1,200 for it. One of the things we need to consider when we're talking about this, however, is when we talk about $1,200 for rent, that's a wide range. Even though everybody may have the same amenities, the one thing that this graph does not reflect is quantity. If I have a 100-unit property and I have 10 one-bedroom units, I'm going to get a lot more money for those one-bedroom units than if I have 50 one-bedroom units. Quantity. We've got to deal with quantity when we're looking at these things. But nevertheless, that's our benchmark, $1,200 for a fully amenitized one-bedroom product. Same thing for two-bedroom units. You can see we added two-bedroom units. We drove that trend line up by adding units at the top of the market. Looking at single-family homes, based on that Peer City evaluation, compared to those peer cities, we have a lost opportunity of 1,700 single-family homes over a 20-year period of time. Now, is that a deficit that's in the marketplace today? No. We consider those deficits to only last maybe 3 years at most. Anything more than that, people find other alternatives. They leave town. They remodel. They settle for something less than they want. Or kids move out, go to college, get a job, leave the house, and they no longer need the three-bedroom house they thought they needed 10 years ago. So we can look back about 3 years at that deficit, and that deficit today is about 525 units, over 300,000. 300,000 is a threshold, and arguably maybe a little low, to produce a new single-family home in today's market. I see a few of them around. 325, 340 is more likely the lowest number. But basically, we're looking at a significant 3-year deficit of single-family homes. This graph simply shows the number of $300,000 and over transactions in Danville since 2010, from 76 in 2010 to 248. These are existing homes. This is the number of transactions of existing homes. The beautiful truth about all this is the market that we're talking about are those people who live in Danville today. The market for housing among the existing residents of Danville is greater than the opportunity that is being generated by growth, which isn't insignificant. But the market is already here. If we add 4,000 jobs to the market, we end up with demand created by those 4,000 jobs of 944 apartments. That would be a typical market rate. There's an additional 371 that would be generated within a workforce product. And that number is probably pretty conservative. If you're going to offer a rent for $750, you'll probably get a lot more people coming out for that than because it's going to really be impacted by local people. Also adds 140 additional single-family homes. So we're looking at 140 of those. The thing about single-family is the real ripple effect of single-family created by a new job comes 2 or 3 years later down the line. People move into the community for a new job. They typically rent a home. Do I really want to live here? Do I really like this job? Is this everything I hoped it would be? Then they buy a house, which may be a year later, 2 years, or 3 years later. So the real impact on single family doesn't occur for a couple of years. But again, this is the demand from growth. This is not the demand from the internal market. So, you know the old line, if you build it, they will come. Remember the movie? That's another myth for the real estate business. I've made a lot of money off that one. In Danville, it isn't if you build it. It should be will they come? And the answer is no, they're already here. The support for residential development in Danville is here today. It's nice to have growth. It's a nice bonus. It adds a lot of new people to the marketplace. But the real need exists right here, right now, today. Thank you. Any questions? I'll be around a while. You can corner me. I'll be someplace.
Good morning. I think we need one more round of applause for the last speaker because I have to tell you, we've been reading your reports for a long time now as we plan for what the growth looks like and looking at your studies. They've been kind of the gospel that we started with, so thank you. I'm Linda Green, and I'm with the Southern Virginia Regional Alliance, which is housed here at the Institute for Advanced Learning and Research. And I may need some help on the slides. There it comes. Okay, so most of you don't need any intro to the Institute for Advanced Learning and Research. A lot of you were part of the formation of the Institute or the architect and design. But the Institute has been here. This building was built and opened in 2004, so over 20 years now. It serves as a regional catalyst for economic transformation, and it serves a region that goes from the beautiful Blue Ridge Mountains, Patrick County, goes down through Martinsville, Henry, Franklin County, Danville, Pennsylvania, Halifax, and Mecklenburg. So we're real pleased for the Institute and what it's done. It works with 5 different departments or divisions to make change. Those are advanced learning, and you all know that from the GoTech programs that start in the middle schools across the region and now across the Commonwealth. But you also know it in different fashions. They had October 1st and 2nd, industry show that brings in about 4,000 people to show our youth what their futures could be and model that and show them the opportunities. But they do many other things. We host the Governor's School, Piedmont Regional Governor's School here, the Advanced Engineering and Technology program, also the Applied Research Division. And Dr. Scott Lohman heads that up for us, but you see things like the controlled environmental agriculture work that's going on. Phenomenal work. But what you might not know is that he also can do characterization on polymers in his labs. So very diverse research, and they bring in researchers from universities that contract directly for the industries here and work with them. The manufacturing advancement, that's one you've heard a lot about because it's a rapidly growing portion. It is the one that we credit with taking the employment from 40 people to almost 200 people in a very short time span, so we're adding to that housing need. And then the economic development, which is where the Southern Virginia Regional Alliance resides and the department that I work with. And I get to work with, I think, the best localities in the Commonwealth of Virginia and their economic developers to help out. Then the conference center, the facility you're in, but what you don't see is the IT that they manage behind the scenes, things like international telecommunications. We've had industries that needed 5 different connections within one meeting. So some of the things that you don't see the conference center do beyond the food, the hospitality, and the service is serving the industry needs. And I put an extra slide because Telly Tucker couldn't be here for this introduction, but I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the growth on the campus. I'll go back one time. In the back left-hand corner, you see buildings being built and the growth there. And this explains a little bit about why we were designated a DoD defense manufacturing community. That doesn't mean Danville, Pennsylvania. That means everybody in this room from an extended area and all of you all. The accelerated training in defense manufacturing means that there are preferential times that our companies can look at governmental contracts and extra support, as well as the original designation. They've gotten $80 million for a DoD training center that will graduate up to 1,000 skilled workers per year. That's making a huge difference to the economic developers here, because when they ask about can they do customized training, we can tell them the Department of Defense selected us to do the customized training for the military in the United States. While they plan to build 3 other, possibly 4 other facilities across the U.S., they will all use the Danville curriculum. So really a credit to that ATDM program developed here. And then finally, the IELR Center for Manufacturing Advancement, which was a $25 million state investment, now houses the Navy Center for Excellence in Additive Manufacturing, and that $25 million is now an $80 million investment in that building. So I wanted you to see how our leaders' investments have been leveraged by state and federal dollars, that people are recognizing what's going on here, and it's making a difference across the region. It's not just a difference in Danville, though. It's a difference when companies in Martinsville, when companies in Patrick, even the northern end of Pittsylvania County, when they're looking and you're talking about where they train workers, you can show them this facility. And you're going to hear job numbers in the thousands because of this and because of the way they've worked together with their workforce. So thank you with the intro from the Institute, but that's not really what I'm up here to do. I took a minute to do that, but I'm actually here to introduce the next speaker, who is a very, very good speaker for us to have. So I spoke to someone in the housing department, or in the housing association from Danville, who described her as not only brilliant, but one of the easiest people to work with that he had ever worked with. So if you know Darren Clement, you know you have a fan in Danville. Our next speaker is Sejul Naik, and Sejul is the Deputy Chief Economist for the Virginia Association of Realtors, where she supports the research activities of that organization, analyzing trends in the economy and Virginia's housing market, and she communicates these trends through a very wide range of platforms and events. But prior to joining them, she had no shortage of support and experience. She worked as an economist at the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission prior to her work with the Realtors Association. She's also contributed to economic research as with the American Bankers Association, Freddie Mac, and the Advisory Board Company. She graduated with a master's degree in finance from the University of California, San Diego, and a bachelor's degree in economics from George Mason University, and we are quite glad that George Mason brought her to Danville today.
All right, thank you so much for having me here, and let's get right to it. I'm going to talk to you about housing market trends in Virginia, and specifically in the Southern Virginia markets, and what we expect, how we expect the year ahead to look like. So first, let's start with mortgage rates. Until recently, mortgage rates have been in the high 6% range, and which has led to a sort of slower spring and summer market overall. But if you've been following the rates, you know in the last couple months, there has been a recent drop in the rates. And that is likely to fuel more sales, again, over the next couple months. If you look at the slide here, we see how the mortgage rates, the national average, has trended across a span of 7 years, so from August 2019 to today. And if you look at the second half, the right side, you see the higher rates that we've sort of become familiar with. We've seen 2023 average rate upper 6%, same for 2024. That is how we also started 2025, but right now we are in a much lower, low 6% range. But consumers in the market have really anchored their expectations to that first half of the slide, which is the historically low interest rates. And rightfully so, because that has helped Virginia homeowners to build a lot of equity. Their loan to value ratios have really gone down. If you see a significant inflection point right there around 2021, that's because of the refinance boom, where a lot of people were able to pay more on their loans because of the lower rates, and also the value of the homes were going up much more. So rightfully so, people have anchored their expectations, and also current homeowners have really favorable rates that they're working with. But delayed sellers cannot wait forever. There are various life events that will make them come into the market, and that's why even a small drop in mortgage rates really brings more people into the market. And that's where we expect this recent drop in mortgage rates to lead us to, at least over the next couple months. Next, let's talk about inventory. Inventory and the supply-demand imbalance has really been a major factor of Virginia's housing market. So let's look at how things have fared. Firstly, we see active listings. So homes have been staying on the market for longer, but also more sellers are listing their homes for sale. So inventory levels have seen an uptick, if you see this year as of August 2025. And same data, but over different geographies across the state. We see a lot more of blue, and blue means the inventory levels have gone up compared to the prior year. And if you see the local markets for Southern Virginia at the bottom there, most of them happen to also be blue, meaning have higher active inventory compared to the same time last year. Same story for new listings, and this is new listings means people who have put their homes for sale in this current month. And again, we've seen a statewide increase in new listings across the state. Here I have the data listed for some of the local markets in Southern Virginia. And I'm not going to go too deep into this because of our time constraints, but you will have access to look at these slides later. But again, similar story where we are seeing new listings go up across most of your local markets. And months of supply. This is again another giving us a better idea of what the inventory looks like, in the sense that more inventory or higher months of supply means there is, again, more inventory, more homes to buy and sell in the market. And if you see the August 2025 number, we're at 2.8 months of supply across Virginia, and we still are within that seller's market territory, at least across the state. It's different in local markets. Some have really crossed into that balanced market territory, but at least we're moving towards a balanced market across the state, and that's where we see things to be headed going forward as well. But on the other side of the equation, the new homes or new construction, how's that faring? Here we see how annual permits have fared across different states. So it's Virginia and our neighboring states, South Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, and North Carolina. And if you see in the beginning of the left side of the graph, we pretty much start close to each other. But a lot of the other states, a lot of our neighboring states have really taken off in terms of their building permits activity. And Virginia is in that dark black line, and we remain at the lowest compared to our neighboring states. And this is important because, again, like Ken mentioned, people move to a place if there are jobs, but also if they're not able to find homes, they will look to move to other locations, and this could be across different states as well. So what we are seeing here is not just the bigger geographies or bigger economies like
North Carolina, but also the smaller ones like Tennessee have surpassed Virginia in terms of annual building permits. And that's again something that that's affecting the demand and supply imbalance in the market. Here we look at how single-family detached and townhome permits have fared for the Southern Virginia region. And this includes information for Danville, Halifax, Henry, Martinsville County, Patrick, and Pittsylvania County. And we see the single-family permits, single-family and townhome permits have slightly declined, nothing like crazy. But in the next slide, you see that multifamily permits have really taken a hit. And this is across different years, and we saw a boom per se in the 2021, 22, 23. And 24 is when really we are going back down, at least across Southern Virginia in terms of multifamily permits. And this is really the case pretty much across the state, where there was this boom in the years following the pandemic where there was a lot of multifamily activity, but that's sort of going back down now, and that's what is also being seen in the permit activity, not just in Virginia, but also in your local markets. That leads me to talking about a supply shortage study that we have been working on at Virginia Realtors, where as of right now, we have 188,000 homes short of what we need across the state. And when I say that, I'm talking about people who are favorably employed, people who are gainfully employed. I'm not talking about a shortage in the affordable housing space, but more so in for people who are in that 80 to 120% or above 120% of AMI band. AMI is annual median income, so people who make 80% of annual median income and above. That's who we're looking at in this study. And we see that there are about 188,000, we are short 188,000 homes in 2025. And if no interventions were to be made, we expect that shortage to go up to 214,000 in 5 years by 2030. We break that down by metro areas. Right now, we are, again, doing this by metro area. We're looking into doing it more on a county level basis, city level basis. But as of right now, this is where we are, where we see across different metro markets how much of a housing shortage there is. And this really plays into how important it is to work with, to do the work that you're doing, to work on getting more housing, not just affordable housing, but market rate housing, for the people who are currently in the market, who are looking for homes. Moving on, let's look at home sales. And like I mentioned earlier, home sales have been sluggish this year. And that's due to the high mortgage rates, but also just overall economic uncertainty. When people are unsure or uncertain about how the economy is going to work or how the economy is going to fare, if their jobs are going to be affected, they will hold off on their home purchase decisions. And that's sort of also been playing into the overall Virginia home sales data. So home sales level have remained almost unchanged so far this year across Virginia. So pretty much the same sales levels that we've had last year. And if you look at all the different local markets, you see a combination, a mixed bag at the bottom for your local markets. You see some orange areas and some blue. And blue would mean there has been an increase in the sales levels across those areas, but an orange would be that it's been lower than where we were last year. So again, similar data showing that across your local markets, we are seeing a combination of some local markets doing better in terms of their total sales activity, while some not so much. And similar story again in pending sales data, where in the late summer, we are starting to see some more of the pending sales activity go up. And again, that's because of how sensitive consumers are to changes in mortgage rates and how that really impacts the people's activity or the people's decision making about their homes. So we are expecting to see a little bit more increase in the pending sales data, given that we've had lower mortgage rates, comparatively lower mortgage rates in the past couple months. And again, that's really what will flow into the total sales data as well. Next up, home prices. Regardless of what's going on, home prices have continued that upward trajectory in many local markets. And that's exactly why affordability challenges persist due to higher prices along with higher mortgage rates. And also, for a limited inventory, there is existing competition in the market. So here we see that anything above the black line means home prices have climbed across the state compared to the prior year. And that's pretty much across the board from over the past 10 years, almost 10 years. As of right now, sales price were up 3.6% compared to last year in Virginia. And again, if you look at your local markets at the bottom, on the map, you see all your local markets have seen an uptick in home prices. So even though sales levels have been sort of up and down, home prices have still been higher. And that's really, again, playing into the affordability challenges across the board. So similar story where we talk about median sales price going up across your different local markets. And again, regardless, competitive market conditions really still exist, even though we are seeing a little more uptick in inventory because we have so much of a pent-up demand in the market. And even if we see mortgage rates going down, if anything, there'll be more consumers coming into the market, which will likely stir up more competition, and again lead to the higher prices that we've been seeing overall. So again, despite the slowdown, market remains competitive. The red line over there indicates 100% mark, meaning sellers are getting on average exactly what they're asking. So if 100% would be, they would get exactly what they want or what they asked for. Right now, we are pretty much near the asking price on average in Virginia at 99.something%. And that's, again, not as high as we were just a few years ago, where on average, people were getting above their asking price. So market still remains competitive, but not as competitive as it used to be. Again, similarly in your local markets, all of your local markets see, on average, their sellers getting more than 95% of what they've asked initially. So again, nothing close to the above 100% that we saw over a few years, especially in 2022, 23, but still pretty close to asking across your local markets. And median days on market really gives us a sense of how fast are homes selling. And you see that median days on market in this past August was 17 days, so a little over 2 weeks, which is higher than we were just a few years ago, but still pretty low compared to if you saw a decade ago, which was where in 2016 we were at 30 days, so almost a month, but right now we're at 2 weeks. So still, despite this slowdown in the market, despite sluggish sales, we see that market remains competitive if you're looking at like a longer term picture. But sellers on average are getting fewer offers than they were just a few years ago. Again, this is based on our survey of our realtor members, where we understand how many offers have they been getting for their most recent transaction. And as of the latest data that we have, that was about 1.8, so almost 2 offers on average across the state of Virginia, but much lower than the 6 or 7 offers that folks were getting at the beginning of 2022 and the really high sales activity periods. Similar story where median days on market high, but not as high as they were just a few years ago in most of your local markets. And lastly, I'll end with a forecast for where we think Virginia's market is headed in terms of some of the major indicators that we talk about. So firstly, we have home sales. 2025, we're expecting sales to end with a lower level than where we were last year. And again, a combination of factors: high mortgage rates, economic uncertainty, really playing out in that data. But in 2026, we are hoping for, again, a continuation in the lowering of mortgage rates, leading to more activity, and also more inventory coming into the market. So we are expecting home sales to really recover in 2026. Nothing close to the high sales activities that we sort of got used to just a few years ago, but still pretty up there. Home prices, again, we're expecting home prices to continue going up, but not as much or as quickly as we have been seeing over the past few years. The pace of increase has sort of slowed down, and we expect that going into the next year as well. Here you see new housing starts, which we see going down. And most of it, the bulk of it, is coming from multifamily housing starts. Single family, we still see an uptick. We expect an uptick. But overall, the multifamily housing starts is really bringing down our outlook for the new year, for the next year. And the 30-year mortgage rate's one of the worst indicators to project because of the volatility in the market. But 2025, we expect the year to end in that low 6% range. And 2026, again, December average, we expect that throughout the year we sort of continue the downward trajectory, but nothing close to the really low interest rates that a lot of consumers have anchored their expectations to. So again, lower compared to where we were before, but not as low as we sort of saw over the past few years. But yeah, I try to go through things quickly because I'm standing between you and your next break. But if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out, and I'm happy to answer anything you have while I'm here. Thank you so much.
Have any questions? We can run the mic if you'd like. Okay, thank you so much. At this point, we're going to take a break, and we'll call you back around 10:20. We encourage you to go out into the atrium and meet our exhibitors and sponsors and get to know everyone and network. Thank you so much, and we'll see you around 10:20.
Are you all ready for the next panel? So now you get to see regionalism in action. And you get to see me again. I apologize for that. But again, I'm Linda Green. And after I provide an update on the regional growth, each locality within the region will highlight a targeted property and the type of development they would like to see on that site. You can find all of their bios in the books, but I'm just going to quickly call out the group, and we're going to go quickly through this so that you all have time for the questions at the end that you want to ask them. Again, I'll do the update on the regional growth. Following that, City of Danville, Susan McCullough, who also needs a big round of applause for coordinating this event. Susan is the Division Director of Housing and Development for the City of Danville. She will be followed by the City of Martinsville with Robert Fincher, the Interim City Manager, speaking to us. Then Halifax County Industrial Development Authority, Brian Brown, their Executive Director. From Henry County, Lee Clark, the Director of Planning, Zoning, and Inspection. Then from Patrick County, James Houchins, the Director of Economic Development and Tourism in Patrick County. From Pittsylvania County, Dave Arnold, the Deputy County Administrator. Mecklenburg County, Town of South Hill, you'll hear Kelly Riggs, the Town Manager. So we will move quickly through this, and then it will be Q&A time for you all. So at this time, we're going to give you a quick overview of how this regional group came about, what we're doing, and some of the things that are going on. So this is the 2025 Regional Housing Summit, and you'll notice that that community has grown. Mecklenburg County is now in the group. So we've got Patrick Henry, Pittsylvania, Halifax, Mecklenburg, and the cities of Danville and Martinsville. But we also extended invitations to neighbors. So I see Jamie Gillespie in the back of the room from Alta Vista. So this is not just our region. It takes everybody around us to make this happen and make it a success. When you look at our region, we're comparable as a region to areas like the MSA of Topeka, Kansas, or Lafayette, Indiana, or Athens, Georgia. So sometimes we think of ourselves as very rural, but when you start to look at us as a region, the stats change drastically. If you take the population from where you're at today, in a 60-minute drive, when we're talking to companies, we can share with them that there's 715,000 people in the labor market. But if you look at that population, that's 1.5 million that you all are finding houses for. When you look at the growth in the southeastern United States, I love the Southeastern Development Coalition's numbers on this. If you look at the bottom of this, my favorite quote, if southern U.S. were a country, it would be the third fastest growing economy in the world. That's how fast from Virginia south this part of the country is growing. And you see it on the heat map. You really see the difference in the population that's there and us being right in the cusp of that. When you look at the last 9 years, and right now I would like all the economic developers in this room to please raise their hands, because this is not the regional partnerships work. This is all of your work. Please raise your hands high. Jamie, yours too. This is the work of that team, but also the leaders that did the planning before them and the elected officials who are making bets on things that don't happen during their terms, but way beyond their terms. When you look at the number of companies and expansions and see 35 new companies and 38 expansions, and you see job creation, but look at the job creation trend. Look at the fact that there are spikes with many large investments in the region, and that transcends to the slide beside it on the bottom right that shows the capital investment in the region, $3.6 billion in that time frame. This is just a few of the job announcements that have been made in this region in recent years. But all of them are important, from the small to the large, and all of you are important because you know every one of them, one of their first questions is about the education, the workforce, and the housing, and all of you are playing a part in that. I wanted to talk about a little bit about one of the announcements, Microporous. So you all know that they located in the mega site, but what you might not realize was that was the third largest project in manufacturing in the Commonwealth of Virginia since they've been keeping records, both in terms of the jobs and in terms of the capital investment. That's how significant it is. Please clap. But what does that mean? As they're working, the wage trends are changing. So if you look at SVRA being that light blue, you see a change with the wages raising. So it's not just bringing in jobs, but it's bringing in jobs that pay better to our citizens. But look at the gross domestic product changes in our region. This is the economy of your localities. This is the worth of these communities. Look where we were at 2012 when we were right at the 0 point or the break even on that. And I don't want to show it back further because you see some negatives, but look at the percentage change per year now and how that's growing. Why do we concentrate a lot on manufacturing? because usually when you bring in a manufacturing job, it will bring in 1 to 2 additional jobs for every job you bring in. So that's making a fast difference. It's not that the others aren't equally important. You have to bring those in too, but it's why economic developers often concentrate on manufacturing. And look at that, 2.499 billion in GDP in manufacturing, and you see why we consider it vital to our area. Look at cost of living also, and what you see is that the cost of living is starting to change. Now that's a double-edged sword. One of our best marketing tools is you can do business much cheaper in this area. But if we're doing our jobs as communities, we're also seeing that cost of living change, and we're seeing people live a little bit better and be able to afford a little bit more as we grow. So how did the Housing Summit come into this? We had a major mega site project, and at the time they were saying with phase 1 it'll be about 5,000 jobs, but with phase 2 it'll be around 10,000 jobs, not counting the construction and workers that we're looking at. And Chris is laughing because he knows we got a quick call from Stephen Murray at the time, who was the president of the Virginia Economic Development Partnership, and he said, before we bring this, we need an answer as to what you're going to do on housing. Well, we started to really squirm, because how are we going to prove we can add 10,000 people to the rolls when we know we already need existing housing increases? So we gathered all the studies, and I will have to say every community shared their studies. We reached out to all the surrounding North Carolina too communities and asked for their data. Danville Regional Foundation came to the table and helped us with Ted Abernathy doing a study to look at putting all of that together. Where were we, and could we answer the needs? We were right at the cusp of COVID, so within the course of that, we could prove we had immediate answers to addressing the problem, but we couldn't prove that we had solved the problem. So we all went together and decided to do a regional housing conference. At that point, the Economic Development Office in Danville stepped forward, and they brought in their housing. Now it's managed by Susan McCullough in their housing department. So a special thank you to them for taking on the lion's share of organizing this. But for months and months on end, every locality came to the table in planning for it, because the solution's not from one area, it's from all of us combined. So you see the 4 housing summits, and I'm going to touch quickly on some of the changes over that time. This graph shows owner-occupied housing units, and it shows it for this full region, and the region changes. I mentioned Mecklenburg is now part of our region, but we have commonalities. And you see from 69.7 today to 72% in the percent change of the percent of occupied units. Look at renter-occupied units, and about 30% of our units are in renter-occupied. This is incredibly important, because when the state's doing modeling on incentives, they're looking at that same ratio to look at the projection for the future. So I keep looking at Chris McNamara, because he crunches these numbers for us daily. Homeowner vacancy, so you have about 0.9% homeowner vacancy. So if you're looking for opportunities, look at this one. Rental vacancies, 4.6%. So what has happened when we look at the market composition? Single family and manufacturing housing still dominate some of those numbers when we look at them. So when you look at numbers, and I'm going to show you some in a minute, remember manufactured housing's counting in that total as well. The missing middle was what was there: limited multifamily and working housing options. Housing and GDP growth, housing supply is lagging economic input. Regional GDP and job creation are linked to industrial development, where it outpaces new housing, creating additional pressures, not just on the supply, but on the affordability. Income and affordability, income growth is not keeping pace with housing cost. That's not a phenomenon that's just here, it's across the country. And the gap widens as per capita income remains 25 to 30% below the state average. We're working to change that. While we do it, we have to look at those gaps and what the solutions are. So I'm going to show you one of the tools really quickly that has come on the market. And I have to say, the city of Danville actually has some dashboards and tools directly on their site that you can use now. None of this existed when we started this 5 years ago. But when you look at this, this is the Shimura Jobs EQ. It means that we can model any company that's coming in. We can take the salaries of every job classification and look at what the projected housing needs would be and whether we can satisfy those. And believe me, before the state's going to grant incentives on those projects, we have to have these answers. This one took a model for if we were bringing a 1,000 person manufacturing plant, and it's just a general coded manufacturer right now, what would the housing need be in our region? And let's just do a hypothesis that this company's willing to locate in Commonwealth Crossing, or they might locate in Mecklenburg County. They haven't decided yet. We're going to answer the question, could we solve their housing if they come to the region? What you can see is you would anticipate 245 in-migrating workers, either people coming into the area, moving into the area, or otherwise relocating. Owner-demanded units, you would need 197 just to satisfy their needs. Renter demand, you'd need 48 units. That's based on our current ratio of 30-70 between rent and ownership. Average home price in that demand would be about $312,000. Again, this models it based on the salaries that each one of those jobs would bring. So you see on the owner demand for home price, we can call Chris and say, Chris, we really need some solutions in this area. Help us model it. The house price to income ratio, that bottom bar on the left, shows that our region is incredibly competitive at having high affordability compared to some parts of the country. And then you see the map of the area. The total housing units, 130,825. Median house value, and I love Ken's comments about the meaning of median today, 139,000. Remember, that's single homes, that's mobile homes, that's all homes in that category. So the housing trends in the region, you see the 0.9 for the points below the national average in our homeowner vacancies. And you see how we look at renter vacancies and the other categories. Then it breaks it down by each salary level and what those people could afford. So when you present this package back to the company, you're telling them where their people could live, whether the product is here, and whether you can satisfy their needs. What does this all result in? It's resulting in policy alignment. Housing is now recognized as economic infrastructure when we look at projects. The state requires housing plans for larger projects that are tied to the project incentives. You have to have that solution to be in line for the incentives. SEDS and strategic or comprehensive economic development strategies and strategic plans are now including housing strategies. It may have been a mention before, but now it has to be a detailed strategy. Next steps, we still need to work to align zoning and infrastructure to support mixed income projects. You can't just increase if it's not cost effective to your developers to do that. We need to leverage VHDA and state workforce housing incentives into our portfolios. We need to advocate for regionally adjusted AMI thresholds. That can be a federal threshold, and the state have to live by that. So we need to recognize that if we're looking in a 60-mile radius, we're adding in sometimes Raleigh-Durham or Greensboro. What does that do to the data? And stop and ask your state officials what it means to you and how you can look at that model. We need to expand employer housing partnerships. Are your incoming industries offering incentives so that those workers actually live and stay in your region? Key takeaways, the affordability gap is still widening as job growth accelerates. Industrial expansion demands very diverse housing supply. So it's not just one answer, it's multiple. And housing integration in regional plans strengthen competitiveness. And what this doesn't say is thank you to the 5 people across that top that said we need a housing summit, came together and are making this happen. But thanks to every one of you who have for 5 years now made it continue and get better year by year.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for coming here today. I'm Susan McCulloch, the Division Director of Housing and Development for Danville. So this is a little bit about our overview. Our population is close to 42,000 people, but we are growing. Our biggest age is 65 and older. It's the fastest growing segment, and we are 54% female. Our race and ethnicity is 50% Black, 39% white, 5% Hispanic, and we are over 43 square miles. Households, 18,632. And income is our area median income, thinking back to Mr. Danter, 42,773, but we are aiming to grow the middle class, as Linda just explained. She is looking for a living wage job, so we are thinking about that with every developer we speak with. There have been some residential developments since our first housing summit, and these 2 ribbon cuttings happened this spring. One is the view at Franklin. The second is the TB Fitzgerald. The view at Franklin is 105 market rate, garden style, walk-up apartments, and it does have some amenities, as you can see in the photo. The TB Fitzgerald has 22 apartments, 11 of which serve 80% below the area median income. I won't talk too much about our needs because Ken Danter did such a great job, but he has explained we have a strong need for housing, and as our economic developers are doing such an amazing job with their recruitment and job growth here, every day our need is changing. We have several properties available for residential development, either owned by private owners, and then we also work with the realtors who are marketing them. 230 South Ridge Street, you may have seen it a few years ago in our PowerPoint. This is the former Sears building on 230 South Ridge Street. It's 72,836 square feet. The goal is a demo and rebuild. So our economic development office is taking proposals for this. We'll be happy to speak with you and connect you. It's owned by our school board, but it will be turned over to the IDA. Jenny Lane is close to 99 acres. It's over 99, I'm sorry. They are non-contiguous parcels, but they are right near Goodyear Golf Course. And the best use is single family based on input from a past proposal. And our Mr. Scarce is here in the room if you'd like to speak with him about it. Blue Jay Street is over 42 acres. The best use is mixed housing, single family, multifamily. 2 Fitzgerald is an infill opportunity that contains over 4 acres. The best use is mixed housing, and it's in our tobacco warehouse community. Please reach out with questions, and we will connect you with those you need to speak with. We have several residential incentives that we've been talking about. They are discretionary, and they're offered through our IDA. They're the real estate tax grant for new construction, the fee reimbursement grant program. It's basically permit fees are waived, they're granted back. City permit fees. We do offer the real estate tax abatement program for historic properties, and then our Public Works and Engineering departments offer the subdivision reimbursement program that helps bring water and sanitary sewer to the development. New in 2025, based on input from several developers, we offer now the IDA reimbursement grant for new construction. And there is information about all this in your, underneath your agenda. There is a booklet about Danville sites. So there are more sites that I haven't mentioned, and it goes into detail about these discretionary incentives. We also offer, with the right project, right need, we always use Ken Danter's recommendations of what's needed in our community. We help with pre-development studies, and then we do work on model home loan support with an application support for model homes in subdivisions. And I'll be happy to answer any questions later. Thank you.
Good morning. Wow, I tell you, this is a great program that we're doing. I really do appreciate being offered to come up and speak to you all about Martinsville. In fact, my staff had come to me and they said, told me about this event, and yeah, let me go to the next, let's see here, get the proper one. Think we're out of order? Okay. Well, let's do Halifax. You want to do? We can. Okay, let's do Halifax. I'll see you in a minute. Okay.
First off, thank you for allowing us to be here today. Raphael Warnock once said, "Housing is stability. Housing is dignity. Housing is absolutely necessary, critical infrastructure." And that's why we're here today. Because as an economic developer, I can say, without housing, we cannot do our jobs. We cannot grow our communities. It is absolutely necessary for the growth and development of where we go as a community. The Southside PDC did a housing study for us, a regional housing study in 2024. And it showed that we had about 59 days on market for our housing. And that's for all housing. And anything above 200,000 a days are much less than that. So we know we have a critical need in our community. Our rental vacancy rate in Halifax County is around 3%, and in South Boston it is less than 1%. So we represent not only Halifax, but also South Boston and the town of Halifax. Rents are climbing. We're seeing significant growth rate in our rental rates, over 30% over the last 4 years. So we are seeing an affordability issue coming into our community. And we understand that, and the need for additional housing is a key aspect for us to be able to continue to grow and develop. We're very excited about the announcement we just had with Halifax and with the Hitachi Energy announcement of 825 new jobs coming to our community with an average wage of over $73,000. Again, but it's sort of like being the dog that caught the car. Now we have to figure out where we do and where we go for housing from here. And again, part of this was a large project that we looked at housing as a key aspect to that economic development announcement, and have worked closely with Virginia Housing in trying to create a solution for that workforce housing initiative. But even with that announcement and projected jobs, we're seeing a need of around 500 to 600 new housing units in Halifax County over the next 5 years. So we know this is just the beginning of where we need to go for the future. And I'll give you one more quote. "After climbing a great hill, one finds that there are many more hills to climb." Nelson Mandela. And that's kind of where we are today. What's our next hill is housing. The CSG site is the site that we've talked about quite a bit. It's 9.6 acres of public owned land, and our current plan shows 96 apartments and 16 duplexes that we'd be looking to have for that property. We finished the preliminary engineering report, and we have developed a housing partner that we are working with currently. The CSG site, kind of an example of this. This is sitting right on 58. It has 96 units, again with the housing piece. And again, this is not under construction yet, so there are still challenges in this site that we're working through. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go forward. But this is just one example of where we can go and what we can do in housing for our community. The next one I want to talk about a little bit is our Wimbush site. And this is another site we have that's around 9 acres and currently is zoned R1, which is low density residential. So again, we like to see probably around 12 units to 14 units on that site. It is publicly owned, and we are looking to see that type of development occur for that site. Another one you'll hear us talk about is the Henderson site. This one is a very interesting piece. It's over 100 acres, and you can barely see it, but it is outlined in that little black and white outline there. That site is actually great because it's an opportunity for a planned unit development. We could see this turning into a town center development or even a multifamily slash single family residential type development for that center. It's currently zoned A1, so there would be a need to take this to a residential zoning. And it is currently sitting in a private owner off of Salishan Drive near the town of Halifax. Another one I want to talk a little bit about is Bannister Flats. This is the former Burlington Industry site, and this site is 89 acres. It has riverfront access. It is privately owned currently, but it is zoned M1. So there would be some need to take this back to a residential, but this is a brownfield redevelopment. So it's an opportunity for housing on a brownfield redevelopment. We have a currently concept of 68 total lots on that site. Average lot size of a little over 10,000 square feet, with the two-story housing being about 2,475 square feet per unit. We have a dog park planned, as well as a playground and some walking trails. I can see this density going up as we continue to look in terms of what our needs are. We could see this be a redevelopment to higher densities as we look at this site. It is a great access opportunity for us within the town of Halifax. Another one is non-contiguous sites for Bannister Flats. There's 55 acres of land that's privately owned. The first site on the left side is actually close to North Main Street. It's called the Burnett site. It's currently designed for high-density residential R2 development. And the second site is actually off of Calford Road over on the far side. And that one is, again, right off of Calford Road, and that one is zoned R2 as well. So these are great opportunities for multifamily growth and development. We believe this would be a great site, especially within the town of Halifax, for growth and development for multifamily development on that site. The last one I wanted to touch on is Rock Branch, which is another housing development we have. It's right now 61.5 acres of land and privately owned. We believe we can get 48 lots on this. Part of the reason why this is probably going to stay in an R1 is our infrastructure currently on that site. So we have an average lot site because of this of 54,250 and average two-story homes of 2,475 square feet. So those are the concepts that we have for those sites. We're always willing to look in terms of what we can do for the future of these concepts, but we believe this is a great start for the growth and development of Halifax County. I look forward to partnering with you as we move forward. Thank you.
And now, City of Martinsville.
Thank you. Let's go again. All right. So, first off, again, thank you for allowing me to come up today. I'm really excited about this. When our staff came to me and said what this event was, and I thought, well, this is a great idea. This is a new area for me, something I hadn't explored before. And I thought, this is awesome. What a wonderful thing to have something to focus on our region. And they said, in fact, we want you to speak. And I'm like, oh, okay, I can do that. I have no problem speaking in public. They said, we really want you to sell Martinsville. I said, oh, I love it. I love my city. I love talking about my city. Yeah, I'm all for it. And they said, but we need you to keep it less than 10 minutes. And I said, I think you might have the wrong person. Because although my associate says I have the gift of gab, my wife will tell you sometimes I just don't shut up. So I'm going to do my best, though. I'm going to keep it less than 10 minutes so that way I don't bore you or take up other people's time. So let's talk about Martinsville. We believe that Martinsville has a lot of opportunities. Like every jurisdiction that's represented here, we've had some economic tough times in the past several decades. But I truly believe that Martinsville has turned a corner. And one of the key indicators that we've turned the corner is that the latest census data has shown how we've gained in population. But more importantly, not just that we gained in population, but that we gained in certain age groups that have a huge impact. We were the second largest growth in the 25 to 44 age group in the entire state. That taken into account with our overall change in population, we were the number one jurisdiction for age swing. Our median age is declining in Martinsville, while our population is increasing. Now, why am I excited about that? Especially since I'm so far beyond that age group? Because that's the age group that has kids. That's the age group that has families. That's the age group that builds communities. And that's what Martinsville is about. That's our opportunity for growth, is the people. And ultimately, that's what we're all in this job for. Whether you're in the financial industry, you're in banking, you're in developing, you're in supply, we're all about the people. And that's what I'm passionate about. That's what I love to talk about. So we've got many opportunities in Martinsville. We are begging for housing in Martinsville. We're in a situation now where our development projects are already sold out, and we cannot keep available housing enough. We've had several successes, and what's featured here is some of the successes we've had, and they're in different stages right now. Some are complete, some are ongoing, some are really just kind of beginning. And I'm not going to go into too many details on these because Mr. Kendall Davis is going to be sharing some of these successes in his presentation later on. I don't want to steal his thunder, but we're highlighting these because it kind of exemplifies the different types of building opportunities we have. Just as in with anything, you cannot cookie cut residential development. There is all different types as needed, whether it is apartment living or it is single family dwellings. You cannot lump it all into one. So we wanted to highlight some of the ones that is available and some of the different type of development opportunities. More than half of our housing stock in Martinsville is historic. We've got some beautiful historic homes, and many of them are very well refurnished. Some are begging to be refurnished, but that also shows that we have a high demand for new developments, that there is an ever increasing call on us doing new projects, building new houses, building new apartments. So here's a few of those examples of opportunities. One is a 5-acre plot that is currently owned by the city, but we're looking to, it's going to be conveyed to the Economic Development Authority here soon. It's our old National Guard Armory. It's 5 acres, and it is in a very prime spot. A spot right now that the location is in high demand, and that we really anticipate a lot of good things in that area. Another one is a property that the city recently acquired. It is the old VM Draper plant, and it is 12 acres. And what's beautiful about this is that it's going to require very minimal changes to the landscape in order to build a neighborhood in there. And that's what we're looking for in this, is to build a small neighborhood. Well, I excluded a side, and that is, I wanted to mention, it was mentioned earlier about 51 Lester Street. Our Economic Development Authority owns that property. They recently obtained a grant for $1 million, but also secured funding for another $1 million for it. It is an old furniture factory that they are looking to refurbish and put in 100 units, and it's located adjacent to our downtown area. No, well, I gotta go back. And then we have completely undeveloped land. This is private property, privately owned property in, I guess, our more upscale location. It's 124 acres that's begging to be developed. And it is in a very good location for individual homes. So our entire city is zoned either as an enterprise, an opportunity, or tourism zone. This gives many opportunities for development to come in. We have a very developer-friendly review process. Typically, if someone comes to us with site plans, building reviews, we'll complete those within a week. We have very flexible housing options to where that our restrictions do not tie particular types of housings into particular neighborhoods. So we have the opportunities to build duplexes and single-family neighborhoods in all of our residential areas. One of our advantages is that we own our own utilities. So water, sewer, electricity, and permitting, it's all negotiable, those costs. We're more than willing to work with anyone to kind of help bring in that development. And more importantly, one of the utilities that we consider to be a utility to have is we have our own internet service provider. Looking at trends that occurred in the past, during 2020, COVID hit, everyone began working at home. Even now, as that shift is changing to return to work, not everyone's returning to work 5 days a week. They're typically doing a hybrid, 3 days in the office, a couple days at home. So we want to capitalize on that. We developed our own internet service providing company. We have a fiber optic network that goes throughout the entire city, offering high-speed access to any neighborhood, any house that requests it, any business. We can provide that high-speed internet access. And I think this may be one of the things that kind of help appeals to that younger generation I mentioned earlier. When I moved my daughter into an apartment up in Northern Virginia, I said, well, what are you looking for? She said, well, I'm looking for something along the metro line, and I'm looking for something that has high-speed internet. And I'm like, well, okay, why? And she says, because I need it for school and for work. And I said, well, okay, first off, we're going to find if it's a safe place first. That's my old profession. We were able to define that, and it made me realize that's the mindset of a lot of this younger generation, that their demands, when we were, I say we, my age was looking at housing, was looking for, access to electricity, to water, phone lines coming in. That's not what the younger generation's looking at. So we've got to account for things such as technology in our growth. And so we've really been focusing on, we refer to it as MyNet, that's the name of our company, to ensure that we've got that fiber optic network throughout the whole city. Another thing that we offer as a growth incentive is that we have the capability of doing land donations for a developer to help offset nutrient credit requirements. That way it speeds up the whole process in trying to develop an area. We can assist with additional land donations to cover those nutrient credit requirements. So I said I'd keep it under 10 minutes. I think I tried my best to do that, but I just want to close by saying that in Martinsville, the demand is here. We have the people. The people are already here, as the gentleman said earlier, but they're also coming in. We've got groundwork in place, and opportunities are available to build in Martinsville and to expand housing. And we are in a position that we want to work with everyone to make certain that accomplishes, so that way we can serve what we're ultimately here for, and that's the people. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Let's see what time it is, make sure. Good morning, everybody. I'm from Patrick County. As you can see, my name is James Houchins, Director of Economic Development and Tourism here for Patrick County. It is an honor to be back with you all this year at the Housing Summit. Had a wonderful time. Last year was my first time being here to talk about all the wonderful things that we have going on in Patrick County. Just keep in mind that Patrick County is the western most part of the Southern Virginia Regional Alliance. We are right at the base of the Blue Ridge Mountains. And one of the things that, if you really paid attention to a lot of the previous slides that was taking place here, kind of skipped over them. A lot of our home prices in Patrick County are extremely high. And that is one of the things that in a couple of years probably will skew some of the numbers that you've seen. But we are open for business. We have a lot of opportunities in Patrick County. We are growing, like with a lot of other rural communities. There are a lot of things that, we're still putting in place. One of the things that I do want to say, we have very little, if no zoning. The town of Stewart is the only one that really has some zoning requirements if you're building in the town of Stewart. So Patrick County is pretty much the Wild West. We know that a lot of you all can come up, and we've got some properties here that we'd like to show you, and just to let you know that with the opportunity is there. And as Linda had said also in her labor shed and the force and the things, when you go out, a lot of people will come up to the county. I'm pretty sure a lot of you have heard of Primland Resort. They're in our backyard. They are planning to build 25 new residential homes on their complex. So probably in 3 to 4 years, you're going to see Patrick County again stand out for some high home prices. But again, that's just one of the things that we deal with. But we are needing a lot of multifamily dwellings. We are needing single family homes as well too. So let me begin with the presentation. So as always, let me get my glasses on. So just a quick overview snapshot. Population again for the county is about 17,000. These statistics that you see, these numbers is consistent with everything you've already heard. 65 and older, about 29% are 65 and older. And with those 65 and older, they are in homes. And with those homes, they got the very low interest rates. So trying to get those individuals to decide if they want to sell, to offer it up to younger buyers, that's very difficult in our community right now, just due to the low interest rates that a lot of them have. The households is about 7,000 income, again, the average high on the high end 90,000, median 57, and per capita again 41. And we're about 486 square miles again, everything from vistas to mountains, views, and all that you can have there. So again, we're wide open for development. Residential development, we have a project that's still ongoing. Last year I brought this before the summit. They're still working through some issues there with that, but this is hopefully going to be built. This is going to be a multifamily dwelling there, 6 45-foot tall apartment buildings, 12 units, 3 floors, and it's going to be located right along our Mail River Rail Trail. One of the things that they are looking to do is, again, make sure that the high-speed internet is there with the rail trail. The community there, we have really been developing our trail so that if you have an opportunity once these apartments are built and you get inside of those, we're going to have everything that you pretty much need at your leisure. We'll have river access. We'll have trail right outside of the apartment complex. It's going to be located in our downtown Stewart area, which is poised to grow. There's some planning that's going to be taking place in downtown Stewart area to increase a lot of the access to all of the other amenities from uptown to downtown. So in a couple of years, we're hoping that this will be somewhat of a one-stop shop all for anyone that is moving into the county for the outdoor amenities, and then also being able to be close to work. So we're very excited about that. The snapshot of our housing needs, and this again is pretty much what everyone else is on board with. Major housing needs, most affordable rental housing for low to moderate income households, particularly units smaller than 1 to 2 bedrooms. The fair market rent for a 2-bedroom home increased 14% from 2023 to 2024. And I think what's happening with a lot of our those who have homes for rent or places to rent is taking a look at what's happening in Martinsville and Danville and trying to comp their prices close to that. But there are several that are still trying to be rented due to that high cost. There are some places in the town of Stewart and outlying that rent is anywhere from $1,200 to $1,400 a month. And there are some that are being rented. Again, those are very high-end apartments. So we've got we need more subsidized housing. Assisted vouchers becomes supply is very limited. Housing that accommodates older residents is what we need, and those on fixed incomes. Again, as you've heard in other data, the population, they're still retiring out. Better matching of housing supply demand in terms of types. We need rentals versus owners, single family versus multi-unit in size. So the inventory of homes for sale is low in absolute terms, especially in small home size, and listings are sparse. And again, that's just due to the prices, the location. And I know the gentleman said before that it was one of his selling points that he thought it was kind of a unique way of doing it, you know, location, location, location. But we have seen in Patrick County, location, location, location does run those prices up on those homes when you're either by riverfront access or mountain views or looking off of a gorge. That will run your prices up on the housing. One of the things here that we have up for sale, which I wanted to mention now, the Blue Ridge Motel, is actually under contract, 24 acres there. And what has happened with this is, which I think is very unique and something that may be an ongoing trend. This was a motel years ago. It was a very popular motel right off the Blue Ridge Parkway. The gentleman there, again, like a lot, has gotten older. The family didn't want to take the business on, so he's been trying to sell the business. But what has happened with this particular business, that a company out of Floyd, Virginia, has bought this, and they're going to be turning this into workforce housing. So what they've done is set on the market for so long. You know, we was hoping that we could have got someone there to open it up to have a motel right off the Blue Ridge Parkway, but this gentleman saw a good opportunity and a good need for him to bring his workforce in Floyd. We're not that far from that, so he is actually under contract to sell this as workforce housing. So that's something that was very unique to us as well. We've got property right here on Route 58. In case you do not know, they have been working on widening the Highway 58 that is coming through Patrick County, which we're hoping that within a year or two, we should see some significant growth there. We've already seen traffic increasing since they've opened up some of the spots there to make it a little safer going up and down the mountain. But this property is located right off of Highway 58. The list price for it right now is $495,000, about 20 acres. It sits right beside our Rich Creek Corporate Park. We've got access to public and sewer there. It's within our enterprise zone also. This would be a very good spot there too that you could grow or anything. Again, we don't really have any housing, and this is right outside of the any zoning, and this is right outside of the town of Stewart. We've got some property again on Route 58, Spring Road property. List price for that is $850,000, 15 acres. Again, right on that, we've got public and sewer there within the enterprise zone. Landmark Drive property. This is privately owned, but it's located within the downtown Stewart area as well. It's located near our assisted living facility. As you can see here, very wooded property. You could come in, build residential homes there, which would really be nice. And again, for anyone that's maybe in an older population, or even if you could buy here and you could have your parents potentially in the assisted living and be close to them as well. Lower Court property. This is one that I really wanted to highlight because this is located right within the town of Stewart, not far from our Stewart Elementary School. This is privately owned, and it's a property that's been on the market for quite a while. The gentleman is very interested in selling this particular property. Again, you're going to hear me say it again, no zoning. So again, you could come in with multifamily or single family homes. He's willing to really work with the price on it. Where it's essentially located in the town of Stewart. All the amenities in uptown Stewart is there for you. Again, located right near Stewart Elementary School. Proximity to Highway 58 is less than a half a mile. A nice place and a good place there again to bring residential homes there. We've got property on Route 58. Again, all of this is right on 58. So again, if you would, we're also trying to bring in a hotel, so I'll throw that out there while I'm here as well too. One of the things that we really need. But this again is a good property also for homes and dwelling there as well, right off of Route 58 within our enterprise zone. And we've got and we're very motivated because this is under the EDA. So our enterprise zone, the things that we do, incentives that we have for development is, again, we are part of the Virginia Enterprise Zone, the grants that we have. We've got real property investment grants that we can work with and work through for rehabilitation, mixed use. Most of this is everything that you all are familiar with and know about. Patrick County and Town of Stewart has a joint enterprise zone, but again, located only within the Town of Stewart, with the zoning when it comes to what you can do for as mixed use and other business components. We have a transfer station tipping fee reduction. So if you happen to come in and you are building and there's a lot of waste in that, then we do have the ability again to help you in the cost of what it takes for you to dispose of your trash and your garbage, accelerated local permitting. Our office does a pretty good job. We haven't really had to activate that as much. We've got a lot of building that is taking place within the county, but a lot of it that we are seeing is in within our Primland location there. The Town of Stewart water sewer hookup, they got fee reductions or waiver of deposit for water, sewer, trash pickup. The Town of Stewart is very good to work with as well too. So if you have any questions on that, please let us know and we'll get you in contact with them as well. We also offer a facade grant in our county as well too, and this again is for commercial, industrial, and mixed-use developments in Patrick County. The projects does not need to be within the county enterprise zone to take advantage of that. So again, you have the metrics here on what we do. We'll pay up to half of the cost, up to $5,000 for that, and again, the guidelines on that. So that's it in a nutshell. Again, we're very fortunate to have what we have there. There's a lot more property, but we couldn't put all of it in one particular setting today. But again, we have the information there. Please get in contact with us because we would love to have you within our community. We would love for you to come join Patrick County. And one thing that I want to tell all of you all too, and some of it's going to pique your interest, those of you all who are very tech savvy, Google it. We are the only Patrick County in the entire world. So if you make your home in Patrick County, you can say that you are very unique. I know a lot of people try to claim that. We've done everything that we possibly could to search it. Noah May, my assistant, we've done everything that we could to find it, and they're not there. Withville, there's only one, so we claim it with Withville being only one, but Patrick County is the only one. But we would love to have builders. We would love you to make Patrick County your home. So much more I could say. That's just on the residential side. I'm not going to get into my tourism side because this is not the summit for it, but if we were talking tourism, I've got some stories for you. All right? Thank you very much, and I appreciate it.
Right. Welcome, everyone. I'm Lee Clark. I'm the Director of Planning, Zoning, and Inspections for Henry County for a good few years now. I'll just leave it at that. Little snapshot of Henry County. The population of Henry County is around 50,000. It's an aging population, as indicated by the gray circles there on the left. Median age being around 48 compared to the state average of 39. I'm going to combine kind of a few of our success stories along with an opportunity or two today. And the success stories I want to touch on are these four. Daniels Corner, which is a planned unit development in Collinsville. Charlotte's Crossing, which is apartments in Collinsville, which is an interesting story. And two other projects there, the Fieldale School Apartments and the School Drive Apartments that we've mentioned in years past. These have all happened since 2022. The Daniels Corner is a planned unit development that was approved in 2024. It will consist of 15 single-family freestanding homes and 12 attached townhouses. As with most planned unit developments, the homeowner will maintain the interior of the house, and the HOA will maintain the exterior of the structure with the grounds and the roads. This is now known as Charlotte's Crossing. We used to call it the Halifax Drive Apartments, which in Martinsville and Henry County became kind of a social media phenomenon for a while, because we were slating these units for demolition. And we were right at the point of making a move on that when we found a developer to come in from out of town and take those on. And now they are 20 market rate apartments, first class apartments. Two of the success stories that we've talked about in the past, but it bears repeating again. The Fieldale School Apartments, where our former Fieldale Elementary School completed in early 2023. It consists of 23 units with 1 and 2 bedroom options available. And by the way, they stay fully rented. The School Drive is also a sister project to that by the same developer in our former John Red Smith Elementary School in Collinsville. Was also completed in late 2023 and consists of 39 units of 1 and 2 bedrooms, and those also stay fully rented. Both of those projects were rented up full within like 3 weeks of their completion. As far as current and future needs, ours really aren't that different than a lot of other localities. We need diversified housing stock. Multifamily makes up less than 10% of Henry County's current housing stock. And as far as new construction, only 2% of Henry County's housing stock was constructed after 2010. So we've got a lot of older single-family dwelling units also. To help create some of that housing, we've got a local business owner who's proposed a new subdivision in the Collinsville area off of Virginia Avenue. This is just over 14 acres. It's planned for up to 35 single-family detached homes, and the lots are served by both public water and public sewer. This is an oldie but a goodie. It's interesting because we have a shortage of workforce style housing in Henry County, and we decided we were going to take the bull by the horns on this and do it ourselves. This is a, a shot of what we were working with to start there in the Villa Heights community. This is what we're looking at today. We've got the first 4 houses under construction. Those first 4 will be complete here just in the next very few weeks. That's the lot layout for this infill development, is probably the best way to describe it. The first 4 houses are in your lower left section there of the screen. And like I said, those will be on the market, ready to go on the market here in the next few weeks. For that project, we have our partners. Like I said, we had to kind of take the bull by the horn. There's not many people out here, not many developers out here nowadays building this workforce housing for profit, for obvious reasons. So Henry County, we invested over $228,000 to acquire and demolish all of those lovely dilapidated structures there. You saw a couple of slides back. Virginia Housing invested $20,000 so far for the site planning and survey work. And since Henry County does not have a housing authority, we've partnered up with West Piedmont PDC is holding the ownership of these lots. We've had to become kind of inventive with this and investing $25,000 per house to buy down the mortgages on these as they go to market. They're also the administrator, the PDC that is, of the Virginia Statewide Community Land Trust. Involvement with the CLT, or Community Land Trust, is what will be an integral part of keeping these houses affordable. Also, our private foundation, the Harvest Foundation, is also investing $25,000 per house to buy down these mortgages. Next steps in moving forward, we're going to complete the rest of those houses out there. We're in completing these 4 here very soon. We've also procured a realtor to market and sell these houses. And as the houses are sold, the proceeds from each one of those houses will be rolled into the construction of 9 additional houses there. So this is going to be self-supportive, and we're going to make sure that it's going to be a success. And there you go.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dave Arnold, the Deputy County Administrator for Pittsylvania County, also serving as the Acting Director of Community Development. Glad to be here this morning. So to provide y'all with a general overview of Pittsylvania County, one claim that we always make is we are the largest county in the state as far as land area goes, just under 1,000 square miles, and our population, if anybody's been following it, it tends to hover just below 60,000, and that's what we've seen since the 2020 census, regardless of which source you refer to, ESRI, American Community Survey, what have you. Median age tends to be a bit on the older side, hovering around 47 years, and one statistic that I thought was a bit interesting, but however, thankfully Ms. Green has put it into context for me. I thought our renter occupancy percentage was a bit low. However, that fell within the parameters of her slide earlier this morning, and also in preparation for coming here to speak this morning, I looked back this morning at some data statewide, and it appears that counties in Southside and in Central Virginia, particularly more rural and semi-rural localities, that tends to be pretty consistent, and more urban areas tend to have higher renter occupancy percentages. Now let's take a look at, see what's going on within the county. So this is data actually from our building permit software management system. Main takeaway here is, as you can see, if you total up the manufactured home permits and combine those with the double wide permits, which I just want to point out, that's a little bit of a, needs to be clarified in terms of data reporting. We weren't always tracking double wide permits separately. So I would just roll those up together, and you see that you pretty much have the same number of permits for those 2 permit types as you would single family detached, around 320 for that almost 3-year period. The median construction cost as reported on the permit application just for those single family detached permits is $240,000 for that reporting period. We did see a pretty substantial uptick in the number of single residential permits issued in 2024. Currently, we're trending on probably being, for 2025, issuing about the same number of permits, or maybe a little bit more, as we did in 2023. Now is where my personal interests lie, is where are things occurring and where is the construction activity happening in terms of housing construction. So starting at the upper left or the northwest corner of the county, we see the county's 5% of shoreline at Smith Mountain Lake. We see a hot spot there on the heat map. You have Sanctuary Point, Sanctuary Bay, and other areas in the Pinhook area. So there's a good amount of construction activity happening there. It's not as prominent on this map, but I would also say that Leesville Lake has experienced some housing growth as well and development. Also, as you start to see, if you're familiar with the county's layout, the Gretna area in north central has also seen, which I'll try to right around in there, has also seen some growth as well, which we're going to talk about here momentarily. And then really you see the bulk of the growth more around the southern part of the county, which is closest to Danville. And that can be explained for, largely where a lot of the, commercial and economic activity and growth has been occurring related to the city of Danville. So let's take a closer look at some examples of some recent housing developments, starting again at the Smith Mountain Lake area. That's an example of a new home construction there at its waterfront in the Pinhook area. Then we see some townhomes. Those are Galveston Mill Commons located in town limits of Gretna. They have very nice construction there. Then we have to the west of Danville, we have single-family residential construction that was recently completed. And also on Kentuck Road, there's a stretch of about 8 homes or so that were recently built there. For this slide, you're going to see a lengthy list on the left-hand side and probably not very legible, particularly if you're sitting at the back of the room, and you may say, I might say that it might be by design. It's extensive. I don't want anybody to strain too hard. The main point is to show that there's been substantial economic development activity thanks to the county and the city's economic development partnerships and recruiting new opportunities there. However, I do want to bring to light 3 recent announcements as they relate to prospective, economic growth and related housing growth too. So we've already talked about Microporous and the number of jobs associated with that, with looking to be over 2,000. Also, merry-go-round. Anybody familiar with just north of Danville on I guess it's Piney Forest Road, the old tank museum that is recently been acquired and going to be the home for Merry-Go-Round, which is an e-commerce facility. And then Cambridge Pavers out at one of the county's industrial parks in Ringgold is going to be bringing in 55 new jobs. So I can tell you in my current role as Acting Director of Community Development, staff are already working with both Microporous and Cambridge Pavers in reviewing preliminary plans for both of those projects. So I would say construction is not too far off on either one of those. So addressing that need that is likely as a result of the prospective economic growth, you all may see out here, there's a booth set up with Southside Investing and the Axton Mixed Use Development Project. This was approved by the Board of Supervisors and the Board of Zoning Appeals back in 2023. It's over 575 acres and it's going to offer approximately 1,800 residential units. Mixed land use. So we've got, multifamily, townhomes, single-family detached, varying lot sizes. The zoning ordinance was updated to allow for more denser homes. The one thing I like in this conceptual plan, though, if you notice all the green space, all the open space. And also, if you take a closer look, which probably will be difficult to do on this slide, you're going to see the commercial space, 180,000 square feet of that. That's going to be located closer to 58 West as you head towards Martinsville. So that project is starting to transition from the planning phases more into the design phases. There's been a traffic impact analysis that is about 90% complete, and a stormwater plan, and interior transportation plan. All plans are showing that everything is capable of supporting the planned population density, the housing density that was laid out in the concept plan. Let's take another look at a mixed-use development example, but on a much, much smaller scale. This is going back to the town of Gretna. So on North Main Street, 103 North Main Street, Armstrong and Associates Surveying, right behind their office, they acquired an old stable and they converted it into these apartments that you can see here. I think they turned out great. And then they're soon to start working on, or actually I think that the permit has been issued, they're going to be converting the area above the Center for the Arts, which is an old theater on South Main. They're calling it the Green Lofts. They're going to be converting that into 8 apartment units. So it's a 3-story brick building, originally built in 1882. It actually survived a fire, a third-floor fire in the 70s. And back when it was originally constructed, it was utilized as a mercantile and provided food and received freight from the nearby railroad. So 3 available properties to highlight. This particular one is just outside of the city of Danville limits. It's 66 acres with water and sewer available. Looks like it would be a great site for a subdivision or residential multifamily development. This one is to the west of Danville, and the realtor has stated that it's of similar size to the previous one, right around 60 acres. Water and sewer access are right around a mile or so away. And I've gone ahead and included in the slides the contact for the listing agent as well. So if you didn't catch it today, I believe these slides will be available online. And lastly, a smaller property, but still has great location, and it's already zoned R1. It's 8.03 acres off of Franklin Turnpike with access to Afton Road. So county programs and incentives related to housing development. The first one I want to touch on, and it's already been highlighted previously by the panel, is high-speed internet. And I think we all can attest to how critical that is in this day and age. And Pittsylvania County is the largest county in Virginia. Prior to having extensive broadband coverage like we do today with this countywide broadband project, which we're about 70% complete, you pretty much had to be located along the U.S. Highway 58 or U.S. Highway 29 corridor, or in one of the towns right around the city of Danville to receive reliable internet service. However, that's no longer the case. So while you still may have a bit of a distance to travel to, go to the doctor, go shopping or what have you, you can be connected, right there instantly to the rest of the world. So the county invested, and the Board of Supervisors has been very committed to making that project a reality, and we're very proud to say that we are on the tail end of that, hoping to complete that in mid-2026. The county also has not undertaken an extensive overhaul or major update of its comprehensive plan since around 2010, 2011. We have made updates here and there and conducted reviews, but the Board of Supervisors recently awarded the comprehensive plan update project to a consulting firm out of Charlottesville, Line and Grade, on Tuesday. So that project is going to get underway very soon. It'll have about a 17 to 18 month duration. And so that, along with updating the county zoning ordinance, which has also been in the works, both of those items, I think, will allow there to be some cohesion and forward thinking and strategic planning related to how economic development growth and housing growth and then infrastructure needs for Pittsylvania County can all coalesce to better serve the community. So really, I've already said it. Economic development keeps rolling on. Housing growth still is occurring in Pittsylvania County, and we're hoping that the comprehensive plan is going to allow us that opportunity to tie it all together. And there's my contact info at the bottom. It's been great to present to you all this morning. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Welcome. I'm Kelly Reeks, as previously stated, with the town of South Hill. Just a short, sweet ride down 58 East towards the beach. You'll hit us. We are at the crossroads of 85 and 58. Again, I'm very excited to be here. Mecklenburg County is excited to partner with all you guys in participating in this summit today. Very short and sweet. I will go through what we have going on in South Hill. Again, we're at the crossroads of I-85 and 58, strategically located and ready for growth. We were built on agricultural in the early 1900s. We were incorporated in 1901. And right now we stand, this says 4,700 people. We are currently going up and up and nothing but up. And right now sit at about 4,900 people, ready for that 5,000 marker for our population. Why South Hill? We pride ourselves in having low tax rates, both real estate and personal property. We have an abundance of capacity when it comes to sewer and water infrastructure, and plenty of developable land availability, and of course our community. I'm going to focus in on one single opportunity. We have plenty more. We have some ongoing projects as well, but here today going to feature the Holmes Farm located at 1239 North Mecklenburg Avenue. It's 138 acres. It is adjacent to an existing residential area, and it also butts right up against some commercial properties. Perfect for mixed use, commercial in the front, residential in the back. We are specifically looking for single family homes in this area due to the growth that we've seen. Let me speak on this for a minute. Due to the growth we've seen, mainly due to Microsoft, that has made a major investment in Mecklenburg County as a whole. Specifically in South Hill, we have 2 data centers. We are in desperate need of housing, and the demand is quite high right now. Just to jump back real quick, we do pride ourselves. Our process does stand out. We are not the Wild Wild West. We do have some regulations as it pertains to zoning, but we make it really, really simple for you guys and streamline the process so it's quick and easy. So just to touch on a couple of success stories that we've seen in South Hill specifically. I believe Jeff Jones from Clarksville is going to speak on a few in his town right up the road. We had an old elementary school turned into a loft living, apartments, and actually like a banquet and restaurant area. So it's great. It's a pride of our hometown. Everybody enjoys it. Beaver Creek Townhomes right down the road from this North Mecklenburg property I spoke on today. We've had plenty of apartments and condo living as well. So again, we are doing nothing but growing. We desperately need family homes, condos, apartments. We're up for it all. Whatever you guys want to bring to our community, we are there for it. So again, short and sweet, I'm Kelly Reeks. I ask you to please go visit our Mecklenburg County table in the back. Our lovely ladies from Mecklenburg Economic Development are back there, and my business card is back there as well. So thank you.
So now it's your turn. You've heard from this panel, and we've got time for a couple of questions. If you've been waiting to ask them, don't let them off easy. They've been working hard on these presentations. Any questions? You guys are going really, really shy today. So I've got one for them. You've seen transformational change across these areas, and you know more is to come. What is the most exciting opportunity that you're facing relative to the housing? Anybody?
With us, it's just the opportunity that we do have, the opportunity for the growth to take place, and especially along 58, and that's one of the things that we're really pushing. So no matter where you are in this particular region, if you're in Danville, playing the slots at the casino, or if you're in Martinsville doing your thing, you can always come up again to the mountains there and stay and have a nice, peaceful, enjoyable thing, and then go back out and do the wildlife again later. So, you know.
To me, it's the increase in ability for our communities to continue to see wage growth and allow us to continue to have the housing necessary to bring people into our community, to actually have people making investments into our community. That's the biggest thing for me.
Oh, okay. Which, to me, what's exciting is just the overall change in our community. We're an older community, and a lot of our development has been with remodeling old buildings. And to me, that's just exciting. I love seeing new homes built, but it really excites me in seeing some of these projects that are ongoing, where we're taking these old historic structures and turning them into especially mixed use buildings. I really think that's going to be the way for any place with an uptown is going to be mixed use buildings. And I'm just really excited seeing that coming to fruition there at Martinsville.
I'm excited about our leadership support to our residential growth and how they're allowing us to incentivize developers. So that is helping developers come and approach us. And that in turn is helping our citizens see that we are really trying to find an answer to our housing shortage.
Anybody else? I heard a ditto from the group. I'm excited because I hear when I'm at statewide meetings, people like Chris reference what's going on here as the model across the state. So I want to end this panel by saying thank you to all of you all. And then we do have a question in the back. Let me pause for that.
$40 to $45,000, and then we're looking at homes that are upwards of $300,000. What is the plan there? I did see with the Martinsville slide, I think there was some supplements to the mortgages. What are some other plans in place for those incomes and those housing prices?
Would somebody like to? Brian?
Well, that's one of the interesting things we did with the housing project we're working on now on 58 is to look in terms of ways to have the rental units between that 60 to 120 range for the AMI. Also, we're looking at a new incentive coming out of our enterprise zone. We recently did a opportunity for one of our industries to do up to $400 million of industrial revenue bonds. And the proceeds that we get, which is 1/8 of 1%, we're looking to reinvest back into housing to help buy down the infrastructure cost. We're also looking at ways to reduce our density, to increase our density levels to allow more units to be able to reduce the cost of that initial construction of units to be able to buy down the cost of units for the future in Halifax.
You'll be hearing from our state partners after lunch, but our state partners are offering mixed income housing, which is appealing to workforce as well as seniors, more attainable, because they're helping developers come up with projects that incentivize the 80% and below the area median income. And some programs have been announced, and so a lot of our developers are coming up and asking, there's a line to apply for these things.
I want to mention a little bit about what you alluded to about it's actually outside of Martinsville. It's in Henry County, where we're going to be utilizing the statewide community land trust, which I'm not going to pretend to know everything about it because our PDC are going to be the ones to manage it. But that investment that our local foundation is making and the PDC is making into these homes is actually going to stay in the land. So it's not going to be a situation where someone buys a home that has mortgage incentive that's been placed on it to buy down that initial mortgage, and then the next time it's sold, they're going to get this huge windfall off the increase in the value of the home through that through the statewide community land trust. That investment is going to stay with the land. So it's a little complicated, but the land is going to be separate from the house. So there'll actually be two transfers when they buy the property. It's going to be a transfer of the land and then a transfer of the house. But that initial investment is going to stay with the house, or sorry, stay with the land. And there's going to be a limit to the amount of appreciation that someone is going to be able to windfall when that house is sold the next time and the next time after that. So it's a tool to keep those values affordable once you've invested in it publicly to make it affordable to begin with.
Other questions? Well, seeing no hands, we'll keep you on track for the next session, but please join me in a round of applause for your speakers.
Grab something real quick. Yes.
If everyone could please be patient while we switch out the panel. May we please have David Voss, Brian Brown will be right back, Matt Candland, Kendall Davis, and Jeff Jones to the podium, please. And now's a good time to be thanking our sponsors. We'd like to thank our premier sponsor, Virginia Housing, presenting sponsor, the Lester Group, Dewberry, IALR, and SVRA, and Atlantic Union Bank, our platinum sponsor, LE&D Professionals, our gold sponsor, Locust Community Focused Capital, Dan River Region Association of Realtors, Martinsville, Henry, Patrick County Association of Realtors, Southside Investing, First National Bank, and Caesars, Virginia. And we'd like to thank our silver tier sponsors, Chandler Concrete, Hometown Holdings, Halifax IDA, Danville, Pennsylvania Chamber of Commerce, Danville Neighborhood Development Corporation, Wilkins and Company Realtors, Martinsville, Henry County Chamber of Commerce, Atlantic Coast Mortgage, Lending with Joy, Talbert Building Supply, and the Harvest Foundation. If we can all thank our sponsors, please.
Yes. Okay. Hello, everyone, again. After the first Housing Summit of 2022, we initiated a new session for developers and localities to share residential development success stories. We're happy to be continuing this tradition yet again this year. You will learn about success stories from single-family and multifamily developments in Southern Virginia that are planned stages or have been completed in our first since our first Housing Summit. I'm thrilled up here to be joined by Dave Voss of the Alexander Company representing Danville. For Halifax, I will be, as well as Matt Canlin, Town Manager of the South Boston. Martinsville, Kendra Davis, Director of Communications and Engagement, and Mecklenburg County, Jeff Jones, Town Manager of the Town of Clarksville. Their bios are in your program, and we will go in that order. At this point, I will bring it up for Dave Voss, I think. Oh, sorry. Let me get back one. Thank you.
Well, this will be the last good morning of the day. It's 11:59 right now. But good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me here. I'm a development project manager with the Alexander Company, and I've been with the company for about 106 years. No, seriously, I started in 1988, so it's been quite a while. And it's been a long ride, and Ken Danter, who spoke earlier, has been doing market studies for us, I think, since the mid-90s. Started out in Indiana and Ohio. I'm here to present the Dan River Falls project, and this project we're very proud of. It's an immense building located right off of Main Street in Danville. If you've gone into downtown, you can't miss the building. It's the size of 3 football fields, 75 feet tall. And we redeveloped that building. We're just completing the second phase of the project now. But it's about 650,000 square feet, and it was built originally in 1920. Really, the goal for the building was to preserve the building itself. The building is truly a public-private partnership that involved the City of Danville through its Industrial Development Authority. We preserved the interior and exterior spaces of the building, created 190 multifamily apartments. The 150 apartments in the first phase, we only have 3 vacant units in that first phase, and we're currently under construction with the second phase, adding an additional 40 units. We utilized the Virginia Housing Workforce Housing Loan Program for the project, setting aside 25% of the first phase apartments for people that were earning 80% of the median income. That loan program is a very flexible program. So you can do 20% at 80% AMI, or you can do a higher percentage of AMI, but you have to set aside a larger percentage of units. So you can really cater it to what you feel the demand is for your area. There's indoor and outdoor community spaces that I'll go over shortly. Inside the building, there's 219 parking spaces in the lower level and 147,000 square feet of commercial space on the first and second floor. 7 acres of the land that came with the building was set aside and dedicated back to the city so that they could expand the riverfront park and surround our building with parkland. So it's a really unique setting. Starting at the bottom right-hand corner of the slide, and I kind of wish I had a pointer, but in the bottom right-hand corner you can see the riverfront park that's under construction right now. I believe it will be completed early spring of next year. But that riverfront park is really the anchor at the corner of Memorial Drive and Main Street. And then going up to the left from there, you'll see that there's a canal that's colored in blue. That canal currently stops roughly at the edge of the building, which is the big white structure that you see in the middle of the slide. And that canal currently goes through a pipe and discharges into the river. The plan is that that canal will be extended in the future, and it'll become a whitewater race course for people to do training for water rescue, but also for people that want to practice their kayaking skills. It'll create a wonderful venue for that. Along the river, the plan is to extend the riverfront river walk from the park itself all the way to the bridge that you see kind of running vertically through the slide. That bridge crosses the river. It was used originally, historically, to be able to bring textiles, materials across from one plant across the river to this side of the river, but that will become part of the river walk in the future. The amenities that we wanted to provide for the building, again, we're trying to encourage people to move to this building and pay, as Ken had mentioned, a higher rent than they're used to paying in Danville. And I have to give the credit really for much of this to the previous developers who developed in the River District, because without the it would be unbelievable to most people to say you can increase the rents by 50%, 60% from what the current market is without some comparables to be able to utilize. And if it weren't for the developers that did the initial developments in the River District that were able to show that they could get market rate rents, we would have had a hard time getting a favorable market study and getting lenders to be able to go through their underwriting and commit to this project. So we knew that we had to make it amenity rich to be able to attract the rents that we were desiring. So we included the number 5 on the top is a dog park that we added for the residents. That's fairly unique for Danville. I don't know if any other projects have dog parks in them, but we've found that dog parks are a very important amenity. Kids, my kids' age, I call them kids, but they're in their 30s. A lot of them are experimenting with dogs before they decide to have kids. And in most multifamily buildings, we seem to have 2/3 of our households with dogs. So it's kind of a new phenomenon, and if you haven't been up on the market, you wouldn't realize it, but if you're not making projects dog-friendly today, you're going to miss out on a very captive audience. The other things we have is a community room that can be used, a fitness room. You have to have a fitness facility in new projects now. We have a pet spa so that people bring their dogs in if they're wet or if they just want to give them a bath. They don't have to take them into their bathtub and have a dog hair all over in their bathroom. So we have a pet spa that they can use. We've got a bike storage area with bike tools and a stand that they can put their bikes on to work on them. And then every apartment has a storage unit as well. So outside of their apartment, the building is so deep that we needed to fill that center space with something. And we said, let's fill it with storage units so that everyone can store luggage, boxes, and bikes and that type of thing inside the building. In order to get a project of this size, again, a 650,000 square foot building financed in a town of 40-some thousand people is not an easy task. And there's really no lender that we can think of or a single investor that would say, we can tackle this whole project and finance $120 million of improvements in a town of 45,000 people. So what we decided to do is do the project in 2 phases and break it into 3 condominium units. So the plan was to renovate the core and shell of the building as a general common element of the condominiums, but not attach any debt to that. So all of the historic tax credit equity that went into the project went into restoring the core and shell of the building, so that we'd only be placing debt on the 3 condominium units. Condominium unit number 1 was the commercial space on the 1st and 2nd floor and the parking in the basement. That space will eventually be owned by the city's Industrial Development Authority, and the city's Industrial Development Authority secured the loan for that space with Atlantic Union Bank, and they receive 100% of the income from that space. So as they lease spaces, as they lease parking spaces, that income goes 100% to the Industrial Development Authority once the debt service is paid off. In Unit 2, so I covered Unit 1. Unit 2, we have a small space on the 1st floor. That's where our community room, fitness room is located, and our leasing office. And then when you get to the upper floors, the first phase is on the left-hand side of the slide. That's on floors 2 through 4, and that's where the 140 apartments are located. And again, given that this is a public-private partnership and we got an investment from the city through its Industrial Development Authority, we wanted to make sure that the city was a partner in this part of the project as well. So the city receives, through its Industrial Development Authority, 25% of any income that we generate from the apartments. The green area on the right is the phase 2. Those apartments are being constructed right now. They'll be done in December. And again, the Industrial Development Authority in the city will receive 25% of the cash flow from those units as well. So I touched on our partners. The Danville Industrial Development Authority is an investor in the project. The Alexander Company and myself are investors. So we made capital contributions to close the financial gap because we couldn't finance it 100% with tax credit equity and debt. So the tax credit equity came from JP Morgan Chase. They provided the historic tax credit equity at the federal level. Commonwealth Advisors provided the state historic tax credit equity. And then we ended up with 4 lenders on the project. VHDA, that provided the workforce housing loan for that condominium unit number 2, which is 140 apartments. Atlantic Union Bank provided the loan for the commercial condominium unit number 1. And Locust Bank is providing the financing for the second phase apartments in unit 3. So each one of those lenders has security in their own condominium unit, and they know that the core and shell and all the site work is bought and paid for and not being leveraged. So they have absolute security in what they're financing. And then Sterling Bank, the last one then in the list, provided the bridge financing, and many of you might not know what bridge financing is, but when you have tax credit investors investing tax credits into your project, that money doesn't come in all at once. It comes in a small percentage up front, and then the balance when they see that you've completed the project. So we need a lender to be able to finance the construction of the project and then get their money back when the federal and state investors put their capital contributions in. This is a before slide of the building, and you can see that the building had been sitting vacant for decades, and most of the windows have been blocked up with concrete blocks. So it was this very depressing monolith that made quite an impact, and it took away from all the economic activity that you'd seen in the River District, because you come across a main bridge, and even though everything on your left was redeveloped and looking great, you saw this big building on the right, and everyone was wondering when would this ever get developed and what's going to happen with it. So this is an after picture of the building. You can see the apartments on the left-hand side on the upper floors, retail space and commercial space on the ground floor, and the canal that I had mentioned in the foreground. We added residential parking in the foreground, and then on the opposite side of the building towards Main Street is the commercial parking. Inside the building was full of lead-based paint. If you look at the concrete surface on the floor, I don't know if it shows up well on this slide, but it almost looks like what you would see if you were doing a moon landing. The reason for that is that the concrete floors were not the finished floors. There were hardwood floors throughout the building when it was operating as a mill. Those floors were all removed by the previous owner and sold for salvage. So we were left with a very messy concrete floor. So we had to top almost the entire building with a new concrete topping and then put new hardwood floors back in. So the hardwood floors went in all the common areas. Because it's a historic building, the historic preservation folks wanted us to make sure that we kept that historic character of the hardwood floors, but inside the units we decided to go with a polished concrete look. The windows in these units are huge. They're 24 feet wide and approximately 12 feet tall. So I think you'd be hard-pressed to find any other building where you have that expansive amount of light inside your unit. And then this is the look from the window looking back towards the unit itself. So we have, standing in the dining room, your living room would be on your right, looking at the kitchen, and then we had lofted bedrooms and bedrooms behind the kitchen wall. So most of our units were 3-bedroom units or 1-bedroom units in the first phase. We had a handful of 2-bedroom units. Those leased up immediately. We had 40 applications in the first day for our apartments. And so what we're doing in the second phase is doing more 2-bedroom apartments and fewer 3-bedroom. The amenities that I had mentioned, the first slide in the upper left-hand corner is a library. Next to that is the large dining room. We decided to put in a long table with a number of chairs so that if you're having a birthday party or a gathering and you want to serve more than your dining room can accommodate in your apartment, we'd have a nice space for that. The community room, which includes a pool table, some seating areas. Down below, you'll see the fitness center. The photo doesn't do it justice, but when you're on the treadmills on the left-hand side, you're looking at the dam, so it's a beautiful river view from those treadmills. We got an outdoor grilling area so that people can grill food outside and sit outside and eat if they'd like to. And then also the dog park that I had mentioned previously. In responding to the tenants of the building, we found that the dog park wasn't being utilized as much as we'd hoped because it wasn't lit at night. So we reacted to that and put in some solar lighting, but it was kind of a lesson learned for us to make sure that people don't like to be in dog parks if they can't see what they're walking on. So that was a lesson learned there. In the phase 2, we're adding another community room because we really weren't comfortable having people lease the community room and reserve it for themselves if they're having an event, because that would preclude the other 139 households from being able to use the community room. So we're adding another community room on the 4th floor at the east end of the building. that'll be available for people that can actually reserve the room. It's got a fireplace, a kitchen, public bathrooms. So they'll be able to use that room and reserve it for events without taking away that amenity from the rest of the residents. And then we decided to try something new that we've never done before. We're adding a community garden within the building. And I don't know if you noticed in the first slides, but there's a light monitor that runs the length of the building that has clear story windows. So there's a lot of natural light that spills into that center space. So we said, instead of putting storage units on that floor, let's put a community garden in there so people can grow their own vegetables and tomatoes and leafy greens and flowers if they want to. And we'll allow residents to have their own planters in that space. We're buying all the planters. We're furnishing the planters with the dirt. We're providing water up there for them. So that'll be a new thing that we're going to try out. And if it doesn't work, we'll figure something else out. But that's our hope, is that people will enjoy it. We're also adding some outdoor spaces. So inside the building, we're putting in an artificial turf area that's going to have a mat in there for chess, and people can practice their putting and things like that too. So it's been very interesting. The challenges that we had to overcome, first and foremost, it was a huge building in a relatively small city. But really the city's economic development focus, not only their economic development department, but everyone from the mayor to the city council, the city manager's office, they all had a clear vision that they were going to focus their energy towards economic development in this community, and they made believers out of us when we visited. The historic approvals, again, subdividing a massive building like this takes a lot of approvals. There was an open RECRA, which is environmental remedial action that needs to happen on the site. The building is located in a floodplain, so we had to raise the grades on one side of the building 2 feet above the floodplain so that people had a way of exiting. We had to flood-proof the crawl spaces and add barriers in the parking garage that could be placed if there is a flood event. The complex financial structure, I think most of our lenders and partners are here, but if everyone could stand up or raise your hand if you were involved in the project, or if your company was involved in the project. I think with a nod of your head, you can attest that this is a pretty complicated structure, but getting everyone comfortable with the condominium regime and how that was set up and what each lender's security was a task that we had to clear. And then the deep footprint of the building, which we overcame, I think, with those storage areas and some of those amenity spaces. And then last but not least was coordinating all this construction activity and all these different condominium units at the same time that the core and shell work was happening and the site work was happening, created some of its own challenges as well. So I had mentioned we received 50 applications in our first day when we opened. Ken was kind of surprised by this, but he had asked us where our renters were coming from, and most of our initial renters were local. And I think the reason for that is that everyone in Danville wanted to see this building redeveloped, well, almost everyone. And there was a waiting list of local residents that were just waiting for us to open the application process. So when we opened the application process, we had a flood of applications come in. We're now seeing more and more people coming in from outside of town that are relocating here because of job growth and job opportunities. So that's kind of tilting in the other direction now, more recently. The project's won 3 awards. We're going to be working on more. And right now we have 190 homes for Danvillians, and we have, through the city and its Industrial Development Authority, 16 plus commercial spaces that are to be filled. Dewberry Engineering is moving in, there's city's Economic Development Department, their Parks Department, and there's other tenants that are looking at the spaces too. But we hope to have those spaces filled within the next few years. And that's really the end. Sorry if I took more than 10 minutes. All right, thank you.
Okay, well, I will just also remind you, Dave, as we're getting older, us with our kids that have moved away are becoming dog parents again. So think about that for your future developments as well. Again, thank you for allowing us to be here. I wanted to bring up a little update on the CSG site because this is a project that really is looking in terms of workforce development housing. And this has been a project that's kind of been in the works for about 2.5 to 3 years from the beginning concepts and thought processes of where we were going. Dates back all the way to our solar project that occurred on 58 and their donation of a little over 9 acres of land to Halifax County. And with the expansion of energy that I mentioned earlier, housing was one of their largest concerns of locating in the Halifax County region. And when you think about housing being a key component to what economic development is, we were really concerned whether we could move forward and be able to handle the housing necessary to bring on a number of jobs that they were considering. And at that point, it was even less jobs at consideration at that point. The jobs have increased as a result of moving forward. Again, this is 9.6 acres of land. The county has agreed to donate this land to the project. It is a public-private partnership. And again, the concept that we came up with was 96 rental units, 16 units for sale, and a 2-phased development project. This would not be possible without the partners that we've had involved in this project, including Virginia Housing being a key component to what we move forward. Let's go a little bit into the timeline of how we've moved forward with the site since we decided to move forward. In 2024, Virginia Housing Planning Grant allowed us to look at the site and what we could do in terms of developing the project. That project was completed in the end of 2024 with Hurt and Profit providing us with a preliminary engineering report and design concept for the project. In February this year, we actually issued a RFP for a housing partner. It was something we knew we couldn't do on our own, so we actually pulled in community housing partners out of Christiansburg, who is our new housing partner for this project. We also partnered with the Southside Planning District Commission to help us apply for funding because we knew we had some gaps within funding for that project. In March, we selected community housing partners and we applied for the VHDA, excuse my dyslexic typing, for Workforce Housing Investment Program. Again, this is a key component that our governor's office has put together for workforce housing initiatives. We're one of the first recipients of this program, and I will tell you this project would not move forward without that program in place. We also applied for $1 million from the Tobacco Commission for Workforce Housing Initiative Pilot Program. So in May, we received $3 million for infrastructure development and development of this project moving forward. We know we have a $5 million infrastructure need on this project, and with us being able to get the $3 million, it allows us to continue to grow and develop this project moving forward. Again, $2 million came from Virginia Housing, with the remaining $1 million coming from the Tobacco Commission. Again, we also then decided to buy 2 additional acres with the county that they have also rezoned into R2 to allow for additional work, adjacent work onto this site for expansion of this project. In July, we applied for another $500,000 for the Crescent region and are currently working to close the remaining gap on the project. This project right now is running about $32 million, and we're hoping to have construction begin in early 2026. But this project and that initiative from the governor's office with the workforce housing was key to making this project move forward. And I will tell you the second round of funding is just open for that program, and I would recommend any economic development or agency who is looking to have an announcement come forward to look at that program very closely for the future. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me here. I'm mindful of the time. I'll try and abbreviate my comments. The West Side Mobile Home Park is a long-time development in the town of South Boston, and it was a challenging one. It was 26 units, and they had gotten to a point of dilapidation, and there were a number of other challenges. And town officials had to decide how they wanted to handle this. The market really wasn't going to react. And these were mobile homes, and like I said, they were at a point of dilapidation. The infrastructure was very difficult. It really wasn't a good candidate for revitalization and rehabilitation. So we're really looking at a redevelopment project. And so town officials made the decision to acquire the property and to redevelop it. And we used ARPA funds, we used EPA funds, we used CDBG funds, and I'm abbreviating a very long project, but it involved, we had to relocate a lot of folks, and those folks will of course have the option of staying where they are now, or they'll have an option of coming back to this development. And in the end, what we'll have is 42 lots. A number of them will be affordable rental units, and some will be first-time homebuyer units. And we won't be building the homes. We will be, the town is doing all the development work, and we have some partners in Southside Outreach and Tri-County Community. I think I saw Earl and Patrina here. Yes, and they'll be coming in the spring and building the homes. So we're very excited to see that happen. You can see we're under construction right now. And when you deal with a site like this, you're always afraid you're gonna hit surprises, you know, an underground tank and fortunately we didn't have a lot of surprises, so we were able to keep it at budget so far. I just wanted to say one last thing. I want to put a finer point on downtown revitalization. And we've heard a number of people from smaller towns. I really think that is one of the best kept secrets around. Think of how challenging new developments are just with the infrastructure costs alone. Building a road, extending water, extending sewer, extending electric. When you revitalize an existing building in downtown, all that's already there. You don't have to do any of that. Plus, you throw into the mix historic tax credits and other kind of incentives that a lot of small towns have. And it really can be a great money-making project for people. So I would invite all of you. South Boston really is well positioned for the number of the things that are happening to invite a lot of you to come and see some of the opportunities that we have for revitalization. Thanks.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm excited to share the story of our successes in the city of Martinsville when it comes to housing. Because Martinsville, we truly believe we are a city without limits, but limits don't push themselves. They require force to be pushed beyond limits. A race car can't push the limits of speed without having a driver at the wheel. A jet can't push past the sound barrier without jet fuel. And our city cannot be a city without limits without our people. Our people fuel our city. And that's why housing development is a priority. Each project helps our people find a place to call home. Their home is a place for them to recharge after a long day of work, a place for them to spend time with their family and build memories, or even a place for them to build a successful side business that ends up becoming a full-time career. When we provide quality homes, we aren't just constructing buildings, we're creating opportunities for our people and for their futures. And because of that belief, we do everything we can to make our projects a success. To go over some of our projects, and you heard our interim city manager talk about how each of our apartment projects open up with full occupancy, I want to talk about the Chief Tassel Building, Fair Street Lofts, and 5 Points neighborhood. Each one of them represent a chapter in Martinsville's story. With the Chief Tassel Building and Fair Street Lofts, the city itself took on the challenge of completing the asbestos abatement treatment that were needed at those spaces in order to give them new life, in order to keep their historical spaces alive and turn what once stood vacant into a thriving place to live and work. And then with the 5 Points neighborhood, it was a brilliant project that was brought together with a number of partners throughout Martinsville and Henry County and the state as well. But that project survived the challenges of COVID and was still able to deliver affordable homes and newly built homes. And today, that neighborhood stands with 10 occupied homes that are, serving as shelter to those families in our community. We push forward because we believe in our people. And what do you do when you believe in something or people? You invest in it and you invest in their story. So I want to tell you just a little bit about some of the stories that if you were to invest in the city of Martinsville and build homes in the city of Martinsville, these are some of the stories that you would be able to foster. I want to start at home with our city staff. We have Mia Terry. Mia, she grew up in Henry County. and went to George Mason University, but later moved back into the area. This was supposed to be a temporary stop for her. As folks know, I don't know how you all live, but after college, if you come home to college and live with your family, that thing gets stale very, very fast. So she was looking for any and every opportunity that she could find to have her own place. But when we brought her on her team, it took her 5 months. Just an example of how much is needed in our area. It took her 5 months in order to find a place to call home, but she found it in the Chief Tassel building. It's just a 5-minute walk from her job, but also as well, it's a place where she can plant roots. And now she's contributing to our city every day, not just on the job, but beyond the job. And to me, that's not just a success story in the building. It's not just a success story for her. It's a success story for our city, as in we were able to keep talent within our hometown. Next, I want to talk about the Fed Street Lofts. And the Fed Street Lofts, 25 units there, residential units, that host 25 residents that could have a similar story to Mia. But I want to focus on the misuse aspect of this building and talk about Rosie Sanchez. Rosie Sanchez is the owner of Nutrition Zone. Now, she was someone who was located just outside of the city, but was looking to expand her business and nearly left the entire area as a whole. However, she discovered the Fed Street Lofts, and for her, everything changed, and it seemed to be the perfect fit for her. Not only is she located in our uptown area, which is surrounded by 4 local gyms or fitness spots, she has direct access to those tenants who can just have their own private backdoor entrance and walk into her business. And from there, she's built a loyal customer base, not just from the fitness community, but from folks who sometimes walk down in their pajamas right into her restaurant and order their breakfast. Last but not least, I want to talk about Elena Crandall. Elena is a resident at the 5 Points neighborhood. Initially, she is from Pennsylvania, but a situation with her previous landlord forced her to look for somewhere else to move, her and her father. Her father scoured the internet from Pennsylvania, but came across the 5 Points neighborhood. The price point is what caught his eye. The price point is what brought them in. But the people is what made this place home for a woman who lived hours away and who had all of her family hours away. She says the people here is what helped her make this place home. The kindness of her neighbors gave her more than a house. It gave her a place of peace of mind. It gave her a place of belonging. And not to mention, this is located right outside of our uptown area where she has direct access to the amenities of living in uptown Martinsville. So with all that said, these are the stories that fuel us. And it's proof that when we invest in our people, we can drive stories and we can drive the fuel that will push our city beyond its limits. But our story isn't finished. You see this building here, the Aaron Mills Apartments. Those are even more stories that we are continuing to build. So I want to ask you this. We have blank pages for you. We have blank pages for you to write your chapter. The question is, do you want to pen it and help us continue our story in the city of Martinsville? If so, you can visit us in the back, talk with our staff, some of our city council members, and we'll be glad to talk to you about the opportunities that are in front of you so that we can continue to write stories for us and our citizens. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Jeff Jones. I'm the town manager for the town of Clarksville. I just want to ask you one question. Are you hungry? All right. First up, since we're new to y'all's region, I wanted to bring you up to speed and introduce you to Clarksville. And thank you for the opportunity for being here. Clarksville is Virginia's only lakeside town. It's the home of our Lake Fest Festival, which is one of the top 10 events in Southeast United States. Southern Living is ranked us as one of the 10 best small towns in Virginia for a cozy winter getaway. Southern Living has ranked us as one of the 17 best lake towns to retire in the South. Selected as a Virginia Advancing Main Street program. About 3 years ago, we decided to become a member of the Main Street program. And here in this previous year, we have been accepted as an Advancing Main Street community. Clarksville is strategically located about 60 miles due east of here off of 58. We are also 60 miles north of Raleigh, Durham, Chapel Hill, 90 miles south of Richmond, Virginia, 3 hours from Virginia Beach, and 2 hours of the Blue Ridge Parkway. We have Occoneechee State Park in our backyard, along with 5 other federal parks less than 30 minutes away. Infrastructure projects that we have recently been working on. We have upgraded our wastewater treatment system, about to finish that. We're getting ready to double the capacity of our water plant expansion. With Main Street, we have also been doing some downtown revitalization projects, facade improvements, small area, and we're working on a small area improvement plan. Back in 2018, Clarksville we decided to update our zoning and also to redo our design for our zoning. So we included we developed what we call a corridor business district, which was a B3 district that kind of followed the 58 corridor. We implemented a planned unit development provision in our zoning, which gave us flexibility for tracts of 5 acres or more. We also included in our enterprise zone all of our business areas be able to do mixed-use projects. Being on the lake, one of the hot things is trying to have access to the lake and gain access to our downtown from the lake. So we have recently finished a new marina building, which services and helps with 178 different marina slips. We also are working on a cove project, which is phase 1 of a project to implement a cove system and a access point to downtown from the lake. To kind of talk to you about some of our success stories, we had a Planters Tobacco Warehouse, which was a historic warehouse. It was one of the oldest fluid-cured houses in the nation. It was in disrepair, and the roof was falling in, and it really had become a negative value for the existing private owner. So we went in with a private-public partnership with the warehouse owner agreed to donate the property to the EDA. Then we worked with a developer, Dave McCormick from Waukesha Development. The Clarksville EDA also worked to get an industrial revitalization fund grant, and we converted the tobacco warehouse into 40 apartments and a commercial space. This was completed in the spring of 2015, and it has really assisted with a shortage of rental property. You heard Kelly mention we've got a lot of things happening with data centers and growth in our county, and we need housing desperately. And this was a way to help make that happen. As you can see, the warehouse was in terrible shape. It was revitalized. The vision was originally for this to be a warehouse that would sport the facade in the front that would look just like it did before. Unfortunately, the weather didn't cooperate with us, and we had some major windstorms that blew that down before they could finish it. So Dave, being not giving up on the project, agreed to stay in and reinvented the whole project. So now like I said, this is a 40-unit project, and it is in the heart of our downtown in our historic district, and it is bringing much-needed housing. To kind of give you a quick investment opportunity we have, we've got quite a few. The Corridor Business District with that PUD, it's a lot of large open properties that could be used for mixed-use development, or with the PUD do all sorts of enjoyable things. Point Place Development is 9 acres of property, and these are 3 separate adjacent parcels, and they're all owned by the same owner. Town provides water and sewer infrastructure is already in place for this. VDOT manages the roads; they're in place. This is a lakefront property. It's we have it zoned residential 3. This is high density residential. It could be subdivided into single family residential lots. It also could be developed into a multifamily with a special use permit, and you could also utilize the PUD provision. Properties have access and ownership to they currently have community docks already established for these properties in 2 different locations already, and that they're installed and permitted by the Army Corps of Engineers. And this is kind of a map of which you can see where the property is located. And as you can see, these particular properties, and it identifies the community docks that are right there associated with these properties. All right. Did you do that video? That's all I've got. Thank you so much.
At this point, we'll open up to any questions you may have. Please stand and we'll bring a microphone for you to speak. Any questions? Well, if not, I have one. I'll ask it to Dave here. Talk to me a little bit about the importance of the partnership with the IDA or with the community and how that really helps a developer in terms of looking at these types of projects. There's a microphone right here beside you here. There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay,
there you go.
good. Well, especially with this project, it's very difficult to finance a commercial component without active tenants in place. So it really took the partnership of the Industrial Development Authority and the city to be able to have patient money and say, we expect this space to fill up over a period of years, but for us to go out and try to raise the financing to pay for commercial spaces like that would have been nearly impossible. So it was a very critical component.
Now's your chance. Any more questions? Yes. Oh, got one here. Here, I got an extra mic.
Thank you. Wayne Draper, Right Now Restoration. Quick question for you. I know you've been doing this since 1988, if I recall. How did you all identify this particular property, or what was the steps to make you go choose Danville to invest in?
Well, it's a good question. It came initially from a tweet from the vice mayor, and it was sent to our marketing director. We had just completed a similar sized project in Greensboro, and my marketing director reached out to me and said, Dave, there's a 600,000 square foot building in a town of 40,000 people just north of the border. Do you want to go look at it? And excuse my French, I said, hell no. Because you just don't do projects of this size in a town of this size. You just don't do it. But when I came to Danville, Telly Tucker was initially the person who reached out to me and said, don't believe what you've read from the census data. And Ken will tell you the same thing. With the 2020 census the 2010 census was the last census. It showed that Danville was decreasing in population, that the income levels here didn't support anything. And I said, if we do a 600,000 square foot building in this city, we're gonna have to draw everybody out of every home to fill this building. And he said, don't believe what you read, come here and visit us. I met with him and Corey Bob from the Economic Development Department. And they showed me everything that they were doing here at the Institute, what they were doing, bringing in manufacturing jobs, how the city had turned the corner, and that there was such a focus and energy on the redevelopment. They took us into the River District, and we saw everything that was happening in the River District with public infrastructure and new housing that was being built, commercial spaces, restaurants, shops. So we got very excited about doing a project in Danville. There's kind of an interesting story because I brought Joe Alexander, the president of our company, here after making my initial visit. And I said, you got to come see what they're doing. I think you'll be on board with this project as much as I am. So we came to Danville, and we are walking around Main Street, dead. Not a soul anywhere. Walked up Craighead Street, dead. Not a soul anywhere. And he said, why are we here? There's no one in this town. There's no one on the streets. It's dead. And it turns out that there was an ice storm the night before, and it killed all the power. So everything was shut down that day.
I have one more. One more question. Not? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone. At this point, the Institute employers are going to help dismiss for lunch. If you could just bear with, and we will dismiss tables. Thank you.
At Virginia Housing, we believe deeply in working together across communities. I understand Virginia Housing was mentioned several times this morning. My staff made sure to let me know that, and I appreciate the support that you give us, and we're here to support you in what you do as well. And I am really out and about, particularly in this role, both at the national level. I serve on the board of the state housing finance agencies, which basically is like every Virginia housing across the United States. So I have the opportunity, which I think is really special, to hear what's happening in other states, other localities, including their needs both from an urban as well as a rural perspective. And I think this gives us a chance to talk about housing. We kind of know the value of housing. It's sort of obvious, right? We all need a place to call home. It keeps us safe and comfortable. Increasingly, home is an office or a business or a place where our kids can learn. We have network and support. But what I want to amplify is the interconnectedness of housing and businesses, housing and communities, what helps communities thrive, housing and economic development. If an employer is looking for a place to bring their business and or expand, particularly in the last few years, one of the first things they want to know is what is the housing market in that area. And so a lot of work has been done in Virginia to tie housing and economic development together, which I have been around obviously for a long time, have never seen that linkage before, and I think it's so important. Also as parents, I hear from parents all the time trying to decide, do I stay in my neighborhood? Do I take another job? And they're looking at what are the housing options that are out there. It's so important for us, regardless of who you are and where you live. As CEO, yes, I've been at Virginia Housing a long time, but I embarked on a Connect tour to get out and listen to, yes, my employees, my associates, but also our stakeholders. I didn't want to make any assumptions that just because I've been there forever, that I knew exactly what the needs were or are. And during that time, I really formed an opinion that I've shared with my staff and set expectations around, that we focus on 7 priorities that will get rolled up into our new strategic plan that'll come out first of the year. But I want to share them with you quickly because they're kind of tied with what you've heard about Virginia housing and some of the remaining remarks that I have. One is around access, to make sure that as much as possible, those that are interested in working with us have access to our programs and services. One is around innovation and driving innovation. One is around inventory. We absolutely have a supply problem in Virginia as well as across the United States. Another one is around process, to make our processes as efficient, effective, and as streamlined as possible. And that includes working with other organizations. Focusing on preservation, fairly new for us in the sense that, yes, it's important to build new housing stock. And at the same time, it's a yes and. It's important to ensure that we're preserving both single-family and multifamily housing stock. To focus on resources so that we're using them in the best way possible. And just like for the rest of your organizations, there's a heavy demand on our resources. And leaning into policy. Virginia Housing historically has not had a forward role in terms of policy development, and we certainly serve our business needs as well as support the governor of any administration. But we're oftentimes and increasingly asked to be at the table to offer either our perspective on policy or at least be there to listen to hear what some of the needs are. And so those are some areas of focus. And what's really important here, and I just want to hit this hard, is we're talking about the spectrum of housing. Everything from homelessness to low-income housing to middle-income housing. The needs are great across the board. What's also important are the supportive needs that complement those areas of housing. So when I talk about housing, when we talk about housing at Virginia Housing, we are talking about that full spectrum. And frankly, we all know there aren't enough homes to meet the demand. I think we all know generally why. And so the focus for us right now is, what are the needs in Virginia, whether it's Northern Virginia, the Eastern Shore, Middle Virginia, the western part of our state, Southern Virginia, and beyond, and really focusing on how we can support those needs. So I mentioned preservation. We do have points in our low-income housing tax credit program for preservation. We also are looking at what we can do to come alongside communities to help preserve housing stock, as well as keeping single-family homeowners in their homes, which is also a form of preservation. We've sat down with you. I hope that over the last 5 years or so, you've seen an uptick in hopefully more Virginia Housing staff in your communities, listening to what you have to say and asking questions, because it's really important to us that we're there. And so we've heard you. You've challenged Virginia Housing, frankly, to play an even bigger role in the region and to help invest into priorities like mixed income housing and bringing more developers to the table, and we've heard you. Our philosophy is we don't do this alone. It takes an ecosystem of housing providers to do this kind of work, and so our focus is absolutely on partnership and collaboration, making sure communities have the right tools and resources, making sure the stakeholders have a seat at the table, and most of all, that we listen. I know you know several of my teammates who are all right here, so I don't want to call anyone's name because I'll certainly miss out in doing so, but we believe in trying to make sure that we have staff, boots on the ground, that are there in your communities, coming to some of your meetings so that we can understand your needs. And we keep doing all of this. We started, one example is in 2024 with the James Madison University Economic Forum and Stanton, Augusta, and Waynesboro Housing Summit. That's an example. Many of you already know about our Planning District Community Grant, and we call it PDC. We also have kind of repackaged it under Regional Housing Development Initiatives. I know you're familiar because I heard it got mentioned earlier today that in 2021 we infused $40 million. It was a different market, different time, different interest rates, so it's not where we are today. But the goal was to produce at least 20 units of affordable housing. Each PDC had to commit to doing so. And so we have awarded 75 projects, and I think it's amazing what I've seen the PDCs do. Everything from ensuring that we're going to have about 2,800 new units of housing, but also the interesting ways like West Piedmont PDC and Southside PDC, looking at housing regional assessments and housing trust funds, and trying to figure out what the data is telling you and making decisions that serve your communities. And so it's really fantastic to see how that funding has supported that kind of work. Even with Halifax County, which is part of Southside PDC, had a regional summit. And so at Virginia Housing, we tried to support bringing partners and stakeholders together with that regional perspective. We take an all of above approach. There's not a one size fits all. There's not one way to do this. Frankly, there's just not one organization to do this work anymore. It does take all of us from a private sector as well as a public sector perspective. The good news is when something works, we try really hard to replicate it. So we replicated the Planning District Community Grant, PDC grant, with another one that was $8 million. It's not quite the $40 million, but the good news is we learned from it, we heard what worked, and we're going to continue to do our best to infuse funding into communities. So I want to give a shout out to West Piedmont that used this funding in a really interesting way. You might have heard an announcement, and I won't steal Chris's thunder because Chris McNamara is going to talk about this in more detail later on this afternoon. But you might have heard an announcement from 2 days ago from the governor's office. What I will say as a quasi-state entity is I've seen unprecedented cooperation and collaboration at the state level, which is good for everybody. And so as state agencies, whether you're quasi or not, we've been working really closely together and certainly supporting Governor Youngkin's Compete to Win economic development strategy and focusing on housing in partnership with agencies like DHCD, VEDP, Virginia Economic Development Partnership, and other entities as well. Virginia Housing made a commitment for $75 million over a 5-year period. And the short version, Chris will fill in the details, is we infused funding, $16 million earlier this year, and it went so well, the demand is so high, that we went ahead and accelerated it, and that was part of the announcement that was given a couple of days ago. So we're infusing an additional $15 million to go into that second year, which is just amazing that an organization can do that on behalf of the Commonwealth. So it's taken many puzzle pieces over the years to fit together housing solutions. And now there are more puzzle pieces and frankly even more puzzles because some of the traditional sources of funding aren't available to us or we might not we don't think they're going to be available to us in the same way. And so doing that at Virginia Housing, we're trying to support innovation. We're trying to support it by encouraging innovation in technology, in financing, as well as in land use. Some examples of this are the Innovation Grant Program, which is our newest round, provided $50,000 for innovative planning, $200,000 for innovation programs, and up to $500,000 for innovative construction. We've infused it by also supporting pilot initiatives that are more research and development oriented, and supported this through a grant with Virginia Tech for $1.1 million to support research for use of 3D printed technology to build, hopefully, 10 affordable houses or affordable homes across Virginia by next year. What I find really interesting, and I have a nice statewide perspective, is Southern Virginia is absolutely leading the way. I find and see even more innovation in the Southern Virginia region in how you all are approaching housing solutions, and I commend you for that. So from a call to action standpoint, we know Southern Virginia, just like the rest of the Commonwealth, certainly has a supply problem. And at the same time, we know that it's not business as usual, and there's a lot of competition for resources. So at Virginia Housing, our approach is we roll up our sleeves, and our philosophy is we double down, quite frankly, on what we've done up until now by working together with our stakeholders like Harvest Foundation, Danville Regional Foundation, Danville Redevelopment and Housing Authority, Main Street organizations, and many, many others. One, to expand the circle. We need to expand the circle of our partners and stakeholders and others so that we can all work cooperatively and collectively. Two, we need to frankly leverage resources. No longer can one entity provide one solution. I've seen multifamily deals that have capital stack of 25 different sources of funding. If that's what it takes, then that's what it takes. Three, we need to make sure that we're looking at innovative solutions, addressing innovative approaches, thinking outside the box, redefining the box. Four, we need to create and use different ways of utilizing the resources that exist. There are certain resources, Virginia Housing has some, like the tax credit program, but are there different ways to actually use those resources? Five, we need to make sure we educate, tell the story, raise awareness. I heard earlier that you all shared a lot of information that showed what is capable in Southern Virginia that would make it attractive to developers. And I do hear from developers sometimes about how difficult it is. So the more that you can tell the story about different zoning options or different approaches in your communities, I think it'll make it more even more attractive and available for developers to come to your region to develop, especially if they know the investment options are there. And last but certainly not least, we need to make sure we focus on people. People are at the center, so we need to make sure that we're thinking about people in making our decisions. Each of us has room. Each of us has a role to play. Whether you work for a locality, a housing agency, a business, a nonprofit, whether you're an elected official, a neighbor, or frankly, a resident who cares, let's think big and let's be bold. This isn't the time to hold back. Let's replicate, frankly, the successes that you all have accomplished, or maybe successes in other states or other areas that would work in Southern Virginia. Let's amplify our voices and educate our decision makers and help them recognize that a mix of housing options, quite frankly, benefits everyone. Together we can rise to the occasion with courage and creativity, and it will pay dividends for Southern Virginia. So, as we forge new partnerships, explore new ideas and innovations, let's refuse to accept that any hardworking, bless you, individual or family or senior, veteran, or frankly any Virginian should struggle to attain quality, affordable housing. And let's never underestimate the power of a group of people working together to overcome a shared challenge or priority. So with that, I thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to a little Q&A. Thank you. Anybody have any questions for me? Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Neal. Great to see you again.
Great to see you again, sir.
I wanted to sort of share with you some unsolicited feedback. What you're doing is working, and it's transforming how we approach housing. I'm from the city of Martinsville. I'm the executive director for the EDA. The majority of our city council is here today. A number of our city employees are here today. Developers that are currently working in Martinsville or now interested in working in Martinsville are here today, and they're here due in part to you and your team. I saw you at the Rural Housing Conference in Roanoke. I think it was in August. I had a chance to see Mr. Thompson there, and I got a chance to meet Ms. Etheridge and Ms. Schwartz there. And since that conference, they have followed up with us in Martinsville, and they have encouraged us to think big about how we transform Martinsville. And so that message is getting through to us. And so I want to commend you and your team for that, because I know that with this partnership, we're going to do some huge things in Martinsville, and we're going to transform what that community looks like, but that would not be possible but for you and members of your team. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. Yay, Martinsville. Woo! It's helpful to hear that feedback. I have a saying at Virginia Housing, my team knows this, all feedback is good feedback. And so I truly believe that, and I believe my team does as well. It is helpful to hear what's working and to see the ripple effect. And sometimes someone sits in my seat, we don't get to see it, but also just to know the impact and to watch those seeds grow and to watch change occur. And it does take time. Sometimes it's fast, sometimes it's not. So I always appreciate feedback. We're all like that at Virginia Housing, but thank you. And congratulations to you all, too. It's awesome. Yes, hi.
Hi there. My name's Grace Welsh. I'm with Whole Property Group. We own the mall here in Danville. I just want to say this is a really informative summit. I wish all of the markets that we were in really took the initiative to do something like this. So thank you for everyone who put it together. Real quick, I just want to ask, you mentioned innovation and what that looks like, especially with different property mixes and redevelopment. Could you talk a little bit more about that grant program and what type of properties y'all look at?
I can talk about it a little bit, but the two people sitting in front of me might need to hop up here and help me with some details. I'll preface it first by saying our definition of innovation is very broad. And so I mentioned technology, financing, and land use. And what we're looking for in general are projects that demonstrate an innovative, however you define it, approach to housing so that we can generate more housing stock. And that's why we set up the $50,000, $100,000, and $200,000 tiers. So that can be everything from forms of housing, like I've seen duplex manufactured housing, and I mentioned 3D accessory dwelling unit approaches, but it also could be how the land is used and how the use of land, just as one example, serves the end consumer. So that maybe a community or an organization helps to purchase the land, and the end consumer, the homeowner, can keep the land and keep it affordable. We're looking for whatever localities and organizations can think up that meets that criteria that specifically keeps housing, single family and multifamily, affordable. Is there anything else either of you would add? Okay, I passed, and they said they'd follow up with you. Thank you. Great question. Anyone else? One more right there. Okay, thank you. When you're up here, it's just a sea of faces, so sorry I didn't see you. Yes, sir.
Again, thanks to Virginia Housing for all the breadth of programs that you have.
Thank you.
But I know as we continue to see wages increase and salaries increase in our regions, a lot of times it goes in advance of the AMI. And there are times that it become more difficult for programs to fit in there. Are there ways that we can look at terms of how we maybe approach that with a quicker response as that comes along.
And specifically around income and the effect on AMI? Okay. I'm going to steal a little bit of your thunder with the workforce, but you can address it. So we've done a few things. One, on the single family side, is we're periodically going to look at, and Jake, you can cue me, at sales prices and income limits. And we most recently increased sales prices, right? And income limits, okay. So we're constantly looking at, as wages hopefully grow, but more so sales prices, right? Because sales prices are growing. And we're making business decisions on, within our capability, what can we do to adjust? And we just adjusted that 2 months ago, roughly? Okay. So that's on the single family side. And then from a single and multifamily standpoint, one example, there are many, that Chris will touch on in much more detail, is that announcement that I mentioned, the $75 million, $15 million a year. That one in particular focuses on 80 to 120 AMI. So with the increase in sales prices and the issues around housing stock, the challenges of purchasing a home are not limited to those with lesser means or low income. And so as we all know, it's touching communities in a variety of ways, including, I'll use the term loosely, middle income Virginians. And so that program in particular provides funding for localities and nonprofits tied to job announcements. Again, Chris will go into the specifics. But the goal is to reach those 80 to 120, even 150 in rural area median income groups. So it's not one product that we're doing that. We're trying to figure out within our products and within new ideas for products, how can we reach further into that market based on income and sales prices? Does that help? Okay, absolutely. All right, I think I have time for one more. Somebody needs to cue me on time. Yes, right over here. Thank you for taking the time to give feedback as well as your questions too.
Hi, Ms. Neal. It's
Hello.
nice to see you again.
Likewise.
I'm questioning around rent subsidies in areas where there is no housing authority. Has Virginia Housing decided how they will be in that footprint around subsidizing rental assistance for tenants?
Is this related to the Housing Choice Voucher Program or just?
Yes.
Okay. The short answer is we're still figuring it out, quite honestly. The longer answer is we're absolutely committed to serving all that spectrum that I mentioned, right? And so our lower income tenants that live in properties that are subsidized with vouchers. Virginia Housing, if you don't know already, serves the balance of state, which means that we administer about 10,000 vouchers, a little under 10, for those areas of the Commonwealth that don't have a public housing, local housing authority that administers vouchers. So that's the broad arch. Right now, there is, between the shutdown and uncertainty there in terms of funding, as well as going forward, we're not any more clear than anyone else on what funding will be available. What I can stand up here and say is we're committed from a mission standpoint to do everything that we can. So in the short term, we're talking about it, making decisions, and planning to just do whatever it takes is how I'll answer that. Longer term, it's a wait and see, but I feel very comfortable in how we make decisions at Virginia Housing and taking into consideration the needs. It's funny, I met with the Black Caucus in March of last year, February, March, during the budget. And one of the first questions they said is basically, if funding goes away for the Housing Choice Voucher Program, what is Virginia Housing going to do? Boom, just like that. And, I had to give a similar answer, but our commitment is to do our part, which is a huge part, to ensure that our lower income residents and tenants and their homeowners, it's their home, right, still have a place to live, and we'll figure out what Virginia Housing needs to do if and when that becomes the case. I know it's a roundabout answer, but it's honest. Thank you. So, is that it for questions? Okay. Well, there's nobody to take me off the stage, so I guess I'll take myself off the stage. Oh, there you are. Susan, do you want me to continue, or do you want to move on?
Well, we want to thank you so much for all of the information you provided and for your wisdom and expertise. Thank you for coming today.
I thank you all. Keep up the good work. We appreciate you.
I'm sorry, I was caught with the microphone. We are now going to take a break, and we are right on time. Thank you. Now that you've learned from Tammy Neal, it's time for you to get up, stretch, visit exhibitors, and network as the Institute catering staff changes the room for the final session. We will reconvene at 1:50. And then we'll learn from the financial resources panels. We actually have 2 panels this year because of all the amazing and incredible financial institutions that are here today. Thank you all. Gosh, I was going to ask for it to go to. I don't know if they'll give us one. Okay. Let's see. Hi, Ted. Okay, this is a PDF. So you can page down and page up, or you can click. I have not clicked, and you can click this way. Yes, sir. All right, thank you. Oh, hi. Yes. Oh gosh. Ken Dandrew. Oh, they get down.
If everyone could please take your seats. Thank you. That's louder than I thought it would be.
It's very loud. Yeah, that caught me this morning. Oh, I couldn't hear me.
People expecting Kelvin Perry, they're going to be disappointed. Bicycles or motorcycles? Motorcycles. Yes, I went six-day trip up through West Virginia, Ohio, down through Kentucky, back to Virginia. That's awesome. I've been getting out, yeah, teaching a lot. Did a 3-wheel class this weekend, did a 2-wheel class a couple weeks ago.
So I have my old motorcycle. Does it cover 3 wheels?
If you have the M on your license, yeah, then yes, you're covered. Nowadays they get the M2, like your kid's got M2.
Yeah, that's what he told me. So he had to take a second. I said, I think mine grandfather.
Yeah, your grandfather did, so you don't have to take it.
That's great. Yeah, I've been riding a lot too. I've been trying to ride about every evening after work. I'm not my bicycle, my motorcycle. I enjoy it.
Yeah, I keep seeing, you got that DR or whatever it is, the white bike?
No, I have an XR 650.
Is it, what color is it?
It's red. It's got a white tank on it.
Okay,
Yeah,
white tank, yeah.
Yeah, I followed you home.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought it had a white tank.
When I bought it, it had a sheepy back. Aftermarket exhaust on it. It's so loud. It drives me crazy. I mean, I wear those earplugs that have the holes in them. I ride up to Amherst or to Peaks Otter or something on it.
Yeah.
I've been going up there a lot. It's awesome. I've got a cabin up there. I just go and stay there at the cabin and I'll ride all day.
Yeah. It is awesome right now. See you, man. Tick-tock, tick-tock.
What time we starting?
We're supposed to start at 1:50.
Go ahead. Cindy can sneak up behind me. It's fine.
All right, everybody, thank you very much for attending the afternoon session. For those of you who are expecting Kelvin Perry to do the introductions, I am not him. I am Ken Gilley, Director of Community Development for the City of Danville. Kelvin expresses his apologies. He came down with an illness and is not able to attend, so I get the pleasure of introducing our next group. This next session is focused on financing resources that are available at the state and regional level to support housing development. We're thrilled to have the following partners. From Virginia Housing, Chris McNamara, Strategic Housing Officer and Economic Development, and from Locust, Cindy Green, Relationship Manager. You're going to find their bios in the paperwork. I'm not going to take the time to read that for you. I think Chris has already been done early, so I'm going to turn it over to Chris.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Again, I'm Chris McNamara with Virginia Housing. Really excited to be here. Have to give a shout out to Cindy. Cindy and I go to a lot of conferences together, but I think this is our first time sharing a stage, so that's pretty fun. Going to share some resources that Virginia Housing has. If you've been here in the past, you've heard kind of what we've traditionally had, our planning grants and everything else. So I am going to focus most of my discussion today on our workforce housing program that's been teased a couple times already. So quick overview. Tammy just kind of went through this, but Virginia Housing's mission is helping Virginians attain quality, affordable housing. We do that in a couple different ways. We work really closely with the Housing Delivery Network, which is everybody in this room, other lenders, realtors, developers, localities, nonprofits, for-profits, anybody who cares about housing and wants to do housing. We will work with you, and we want to make sure that you have the capacity and the tools you need to actually get housing built and get people to stay in homes that they can afford, that are safe and quality. We work really closely in our rental division. We can finance everything from the low-income housing tax credit program, permanent supportive housing, up to some of the mixed-use, mixed-income projects that we've talked about earlier, including the big Dan River Falls one here. Done a bunch of different things, different scale, downtown redevelopment with just little upper story housing, just a few units to several hundred units up in Northern Virginia. We're working more and more closely with the faith-based community, with churches that have maybe some excess land or old buildings that maybe they're not using to their full capacity anymore, and they could have a second life as housing for their communities. That is a newer initiative for us and one we're exploring, and we're still looking how we're going to move forward with that, but we're always looking for partners that want to come along with that. And then we work with our homeownership division. We've got a few people up here at the front table from our homeownership team that really work to help both first-time home buyers and repeat buyers get into homes using our different resources, including down payment assistance, closing cost assistance, housing education, housing counseling. Again, those are things that we work with our partners on. As Tammy said, no one can do this alone. We really are relying on our partners to get things done. Our team, the rest of my team's not here from community outreach. We spend our time traveling around the state. So I've met a lot of you in this room, a lot of the different localities. We got Chris Thompson with us as well, who I know many of you know him. We are out there just kind of sharing our resources and trying to connect people with what we have, what tools we have, and what tools our partners like Locus or Department of Housing Community Development or other agencies might have to make sure that if we can't help you, we want to try to find somebody that can. That is something that I think we really take pride in, is knowing that we can't solve everything, but we can do our best to try to connect you with somebody that can. So I do have to preface this a little bit. I sent my slides in before the governor's announcement, so I wasn't able to put some specifics in here. So I was talking about getting projects future ready. So we have the workforce housing program, any housing program you might have. We do have a bunch of grants that are available to help you plan for future development, do some of your studies, do different things to get ready. We've talked a little bit, some of the projects that we've come up. I know the Halifax project, they came to us for a community impact grant to do some preliminary studies on the land that they had to figure out what was possible. Can we fit, how many units can we fit here? What kinds of units? The PDCs, both Southside and West Piedmont, have used our market analysis grant to do studies to figure out where the needs are, what the need, how to fill that need, and where the gaps are. Talking with one locality right now in the region about doing a policy study to see if maybe we can change like the lot size, make them a little bit smaller, changing the zoning to see what that impact would be on how many more housing units they could get to fill their need. We also have a community engagement grant. So if you have a project or you have a corridor downtown that maybe needs some redevelopment and you want to get your community involved, figure out what they want, how they can be, like come alongside you as you're developing this project, that's an up to $50,000 grant that nonprofits and local governments are eligible for to come in for. We mentioned our innovation grant. That is, like Tammy said, $50,000 for innovative planning. So if you have an idea, even just some kind of out of there, who knows if it's possible, idea of something you think could be innovative in bringing more housing online or bringing services or making homes safer, come talk to us. That is, like I said, $50,000 to just explore. It is the goal of it is to come up with a 2-page white paper. We've had a couple of them done. One was a group of for-profit businesses came together, and they actually ended up forming a nonprofit to advocate for housing in their region, and now they're exploring how they can actually finance housing, putting their money together and maybe creating some kind of low-interest loan. Our innovative services or programs, that's the one that's up to $200,000. We've seen a couple of those. That was a newer one we brought out 2 years ago, so we've had 2 rounds with that. One of those was we had a nonprofit up in Northern Virginia that was able to buy a mobile bus that is going to actually provide health care to people experiencing homelessness and help them get to the services that they need to make sure that they have the tools they need to actually move into permanent homes. And then the Innovative construction, that is the one up to $500,000. The greatest example I can give is the Martinsville, the 5 Points. Those modular homes were part of one of our first innovative grants. So that was $500,000 to help build those homes. It was a new form of modular construction to make sure that people can get new quality homes on the ground. So workforce housing. This is the one that the governor announced last November. It's a $75 million investment over 5 years, like Tammy said. So $15 million every year for 5 years. The goal of this is to support new housing units for rental or home ownership in that kind of 80 to 120% AMI. In our presentation this morning from the realtors, we saw that that is a huge need in this region, and that's not unique across the state. We know that that is a market that it keeps growing. There's not a lot of resources out there for people in those income ranges. Most of our programs, any federal programs, kind of cap out at that 80% AMI. So trying to find a way that we could still continue supporting those. We're never going to move away from that, but adding on to this and helping more Virginians in that 80 to 120%, up to 150% in rural. It is grants or loan subsidies. The way we're looking at it is if there is a job announcement, I think for your entire region, anything over 25 jobs would qualify. You'd be eligible for up to $3 million to help build new housing. It's pretty flexible. We're trying to keep it as easy as possible to promote new housing. But $15 million across the state is not a lot of money. It goes really quickly. So what we're kind of looking for is we want to see more innovative ideas, ideas that can be sustainable, stretch that money out as much as you can, maybe stand up a program. I'll go through some of the winners in a second. Eligible applicants for this are nonprofits and units of local government, which include all your EDAs, your IDAs, the planning district commissions, housing authorities. Any unit of local government is eligible to apply for this. We really encourage partnership with private developers, whether for-profit or nonprofit. That connection is really important to us. Like I said, we're looking for location or for jobs that are housing units that are going to be built within 30 to 45 minutes of a new job announcement. That doesn't mean the housing that's being built is just for the people that are going to be working out there. This is investing in the community as a whole. I think this morning it was brought up like that if jobs are announced, it's going to be at least 2 years. We know that people need housing now, so we want to make sure that this is housing for the people that are in the community as well as those that are going to be moving there. There is a local match required. This is something kind of unique for us. Most of our grants, we don't require any kind of match. So those planning grants, the community engagement, there's no match required. But for this one, it's based on distress level, which is a measure of where you stand in terms of your poverty rate and your unemployment rate. So if both of those are higher than the state average, it's a 1 to 4 match. So for every dollar the locality puts in, you're eligible for up to $4 from Virginia Housing. That's a pretty good deal, I would say. That match can be kind of flexible. It could be a land donation, it could be cash, it could be waiving fees, waiving permitting, any kind of investment from the locality. We do want to see some kind of skin in the game because this is, like I said, new for us. We're still learning on this. We're going to make some changes. Last year, our homeownership projects were all grants, and our rental projects were either grants or a rate subsidy, and you're lending from us. This year, we are moving towards just all grants. We took feedback from our partners, and it just makes a lot more sense, and it's a lot more feasible for most people just to use a grant. Here's a list of our 10 projects that were announced last year. We did go over budget. We gave out almost $17 million. The governor announced this in May. We awarded 10 projects, and 2 of them were right here in your region. We had the Halifax project that you've heard about a couple times today, and then right here in Danville, the Moortalk Lofts, which is 41 rental units, which I believe they're under construction, maybe? Yes? Good. So that's on track. You can see we kind of did a range of things. This wasn't a, like Tammy said, it's not a one-size-fits-all. So you can see down in Wytheville, we had a project that it's between 8 and 10 units. I think they're going to end up at 10. Up to 268 single-family homes that in Washington County. People got creative. The Washington County and the Bristol one, those were the PDCs. They came together with the county and the city, and they're going to just build a lot of homes using a revolving loan fund that they're just going to keep going, and they have plans to continue beyond just those 2 projects. So those have kind of become the model of what we're hoping to see, especially with home ownership moving forward, just to try to get as many units as possible. So we made some changes. The governor announced that applications are now open, effective Tuesday. They'll be open through November 7th, so it's a very, very, very quick turnaround. Very quick, yes. Made a couple changes. We changed our definition of rural. Last year it was anything outside of an MSA. This year we're going with the USDA Rural Development Loan. If you're eligible for that, you're eligible for rural. The biggest thing that's going to change for your region is now, instead of that 30-minute drive time, we've increased it to 45 minutes. We know people in rural Virginia, South Side, Southwest, driving longer is not abnormal. People are willing to do it, and we're okay with that. We want to see development that is still close so that people don't have crazy long commutes. They're able to get home, spend time with their families, be involved with their communities, and just be able to have somewhere safe that they're not constantly worried about transportation and everything. The local match requirement, we're now allowing that to come from local employers can actually invest in projects, and that will count towards the local match, or from a philanthropic organization. If you have a community foundation that wants to put money into a project, we will count that towards your local match this year. Last year that was not counted, and we want to make this as flexible as possible so that everyone has an opportunity to access this fund. Our rental projects, last year, like I said, we required them to come to us for permanent financing. We're going to not do that this year. There were some projects that can get a better fit with a local bank, and we don't want to compete with them. We want to partner with them. So we're going to allow you to take this as a grant and use it with a private bank to figure out with them how to do your financing. We are still going to ask that you do meet our minimum design standards, at least review them and understand them. Let us know if there's anything that doesn't quite fit. We want to make sure that there's quality. That's the key with this, is making sure that what's being put out there through our financing, through our grants, is still something of quality, and that you'll maintain affordability. We do want to see at least 15 years of affordability required with this through both our rental and our home ownership. And then we made some updates to the scoring just to make it a little clearer. Last year it was kind of vague and wide open. We were learning, to be honest, so we took that feedback and we made changes. Rental, I just want to reiterate that just because you get a grant from us doesn't mean that we're going to finance the project. You still have to meet all of our underwriting standards. We do want to see you work with a broker. We've got a list of approved brokers on our website. Projects do need to be pretty far along. We don't want something that's in like the preliminary phases. We want you pretty close, like 85% of your plans finalized, so you're ready to go. This should be kind of looked at as that last little drop of money you need to make a project come to life. Parking, this was kind of a hit and miss point maybe for some projects. I know a lot of localities are doing away with parking requirements. With our lending, we still want to see a one-to-one match, a one-to-one unit to parking ratio. It's just, we know that people still need places to live. The only time we're kind of making waivers to that are in places that have really great public transportation, or for senior living that maybe parking isn't as required. But for most of these projects, we are going to look for a one-to-one. You can check our website for the income limits. If you're having a mixed-use program or a mixed-use building, the way we are set up, if you're coming to us for financing, you do have to have some of those units unrestricted. So like the White Mill building here, only 20% of the units are set aside at 80% AMI. The rest of them are market rate unrestricted. So just reach out, talk to us. We'll help you get through all of that. Our home ownership, we're just looking for you to meet our income limits and our sales prices, which, like Tammy just said, we raised those a couple weeks ago. So we are hoping that people will use our programs, use our down payment assistance, come meet with Renetta and get a loan from her. But we're not requiring that. If you can get a loan from your local bank, please do. We're not going to make that a requirement. For the match requirement, that all stays the same for home ownership. The maximum amount per award is based on distress level. So in this region, you are up to $50,000 per unit. That's a lot of money for some of these homes. You can knock that sales price down $50,000, or you can try to stretch it out like some of those other projects did. So like that Bristol project, they got $480,000 to build 48 homes. So they're going to just leave I think they're only leaving about 5,000 in each of the homes, and then they're going to put the rest into additional beyond that 48. We want to see that you're making a big impact. So coming in for the maximum amount might make sense. That might be a huge impact for your region, and we will absolutely take that into consideration as we're scoring. But somewhere like Northern Virginia, maybe, building 10 homes, if they come in and ask us for $500,000, it's probably not going to be enough to be competitive, because 10 homes up there is not the same as 10 homes down in Patrick County or in Southwest or anywhere around here. We're taking that into consideration and trying to make it as fair as possible across the state. Can't see this, it's on the website. We made it a lot more clear. There are certain requirements we need to see in your application. We want to see that job announcement that's happened. We want to see that you're going to maintain affordability, you have the match, and that you've done some kind of housing plan. Every one of you in this room has already covered under that with the housing plan, so don't worry, just reach out to your PDC. They can supply you with that if you need it. We will review these applications internally. We've got a couple people on our team that will just make sure you meet the minimum requirements, and then we have a scoring committee that will rank the top projects, which will then be shared with our leadership, and then leadership from Department of Housing and Community Development and the Economic Development Partnership, as well as the Secretary of Commerce, to make sure that everyone's on the same page and we are trying to get forward the best projects that are ready to go. We do want projects that are going to be occupied within 2 years of award. So hopefully we're making award announcements by the end of this year. So we'd be going 2 years from that. So 2 years from January, so 2029. It's a lot of questions, I'm sure. Applications are open, like I said. You can sign up on our website, vhdagrants.com. If you have specific questions, you want to read the handbook, you want to look at the webinar we did last week, 2 weeks ago, you can visit virginiahousing.com/economic development. And then, as always, you can reach out to me. I try to stay as available as possible. My phone number, call my cell, text me, email me. I know a lot of you in the room text me, email me a lot. So excited. But I'll hand it over to Cindy, and then we'll answer questions after that.
Guilty as charged. I'm one of the ones that calls, texts, emails, and Chris is phenomenal. Talk about response time. He has it down. So I'm going to speak to you a little bit about who Locust is and what we offer. So you may not be familiar with the name, but that is a new name for us. We were Virginia Community Capital, and we are getting ready to celebrate our 20th year next year. So we were founded in 2006 by, at the time, Governor Warner took a $15 million grant and created us. And we are a nonprofit at the holding company and have a FDIC insured bank under that umbrella. So that structure gives us the ability to be a little more creative than maybe what a traditional lender can do. We are a CDFI at the nonprofit level, and also our bank is a CDFI. Our focus areas are small business, affordable housing, clean energy, and healthy food. Also, I want to say a focus area for us is Southside Virginia. We created a pilot program that we call our place-based investment strategy, and that means that we are hyper-focused on Southside and lending in this region. And as a result of that, we partnered with the Danville Regional Foundation and Harvest, and we now have Natalie Davis on board with us. Raise your hand, Natalie. Super excited to have Natalie. We have a little running joke between the two of us. If I can find somebody that Natalie doesn't know, I get a point, and I think I'm at like 2 points right now because she knows everyone. But just think of Natalie as the connector in the region, and if it's not something that Locust can help you with, she's going to make those connections and try to help you get projects across the finish line. So just to give you an idea of what we've done since we were founded, focus on the housing units that we financed in this slide. It's over 14,000. We've already lent over $110 million this year. That's that's exceeded our goals so far, but probably 80% of that is in housing. So it's affordable housing, it's workforce housing, it's low-income housing. And the way that we do that is we will provide acquisition financing, construction loans. In fact, we work with Virginia Housing a lot where we'll do the construction loan and they'll be the permanent takeout because they are one of they offer the best terms probably in the market. So we partner with them as well. We also will bridge historic tax credits, we'll bridge low-income housing tax credits, and we will look at doing pre-development loans if your project needs that as well. What I wanted to do was give you just a handful of projects that we have completed. I think only one of them will actually be in Southside, but just to give you kind of an idea so you get your wheels thinking on what's possible. This is a school in Pulaski that we financed we bridged the historic tax credits, and again, the benefit of that to the developer is that that cash comes in during construction. You don't have to wait until the project's completed. And this was able to create 102 new affordable housing units. Then there also was a Claremont School where we did the historic tax credit bridge, we did the LIHTC bridge, we did the construction to perm, and we also get capital magnet funds. Each year we apply for those, and what that means to you is we can take those funds and blend them with our rate to get you a below market rate. And this was in Pulaski, and it also created 50 new affordable units. Here's another example of a LIHTC bridge that we did in Charlottesville that created 100 new units. And that was with Piedmont Housing Alliance, and they're continuing to grow that program as well. And then, of course, there's the Dan River Falls. We are super excited to be a part of that project, and as it's already been mentioned several times, it's creating, mine says 150, but I think the developer mentioned that it was actually more than that. Super excited to see that building turned into a useful product for the community, and that's one of our shining stars we're proud of. So additional ways that we can work with localities is through the Industrial Redevelopment Fund, through DHCD, their IRF program. We have an MOU with them. So if you apply for an IRF grant or loan and you're awarded the loan, then if you don't want to, as the locality, manage that loan, we can do that on behalf of the locality. So we would do the underwriting for that project, and then we would handle the loan. The only drawback to you is that those funds stay with Locus, and then we redeploy them for another project. Whereas, of course, if you did it there locally, you would have those funds to then redeploy. So just something to think about. There have been times where our locality does not want to be the loan administrator for that, so we can take care of that for you. We are also a member bank of the Federal Home Loan Bank of Atlanta. That gets you extra points, as you know, for your LIHTC application. So we would be happy to work with you on that. I mentioned the capital magnet funds that we can use to lower rates. And then I just wanted to mention the Tobacco Commission does have a small pilot program that they're offering for workforce housing. Just wanted to bring that up just to make sure that you all are aware of that. Here's my contact information, and then my coworker Ernie Maddie's contact information. I would love to connect with you and just brainstorm. It doesn't have to be an official presentation. We can just brainstorm together and try to figure out how we can make a project work. I also want to mention that we did receive a $65 million new market tax credit allocation. We have that pretty much allocated and deployed now. We do have a $100 million application pending. We should find out, fingers crossed, the end of this year. So that could be a way that you could get some extra equity into a project. Keep in mind that the project must have at least 20% of its revenue to come from commercial. So it could be a mixed use. You could have housing, and then as long as you have that 20%, reach out to me and we can talk about whether it would qualify for a potential new market tax credit allocation. And then the last thing I want to mention is that we are taking some of our current allocation and we are creating a loan pool. And what that will look like is we will be able, as long as you are in a new market tax credit eligible census tract, which is just a matter of us typing the address into the map and we'll tell you whether it qualifies, I can offer you a below market rate that's going to be below 5%, and you could use that again for a mixed use property where as long as 20% of your revenues are coming from commercial, then it may qualify for that loan pool. So that's just another product. We'll be launching that in January. So if you have anything in the pipeline, be sure to reach out to me so that I can get you on the list of potential projects for that. But I thank you for your time, and that's it for me.
As you saw earlier, I was the mic runner, so if anyone has questions, raise your hand and I will come down and bring the mic to you. No one? All right, well, thank you, Chris and Cindy. We appreciate it. And if our next group of speakers could head up so we can get you lined up, we would appreciate it. I got it. Next, we are covering the financial resources local panel. We've got a very robust group of financial institutions to provide high-level overviews about their business and programs. Excuse me. We're excited to introduce the following list. First, I've got Joy Wood, Vice President and Senior Loan Officer for Atlantic Coast Mortgage. Then from First National Bank, I have Tracy Gallahan, Senior Vice President, Chief Revenue Officer, and Jim Minar, Senior Vice President, Lynchburg Market Leader. From Atlantic Union Bank, I have Ted Laws, Danville Market President and Commercial Relationship Manager, and Jay Brown, Mortgage Area Sales Manager. And then from Carter Bank, I have James Cabler, Community Development Leader. And James is wicked at the Governor's Housing Conference playing cards, so don't play with him. Okay, just giving you a heads up. So I'm going to turn it over to Joy.
Awesome. Thank you. There it is. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're still awake out there. I'm Joy Wood. I'm lending with joy at Atlantic Coast Mortgage. That means that in every circumstance, we can find joy, we can give that away to others, and we can really have fun with what we do. So I have something to tell you. We have a housing crisis. So it is true that we are facing some challenges in our industry, but 20 years ago, we had the crisis of huge employment shifts in our community that was threatening our region's stability. And 10 years ago, research indicated we had more housing than we knew what to do with. And 5 years ago, we were facing the crisis of a worldwide pandemic. And yet, we're all here, we're solving the problems, and we are absolutely capable of solving this problem again, and I am excited to tell you that I'm a cooperative component to helping you find the solution. So, neighborhoods and employers do feel the strain of what's happening right now in the housing market. But workforce housing is infrastructure. No homes, no workers, stalled growth is not what we will continue to have. We will find solutions. In the past, we had neighborhood disinvestment problems and a weaker economy. Today, we can find housing solutions, and that will lead to more economic solutions. So I'm on a mission to educate, inform, and encourage home ownership. I do not believe everybody needs to be a homeowner. I respect people who want to rent. But I'm going to talk to you today about my beliefs and my drive to facilitate home ownership. I do believe that home ownership supports generational wealth. I've taught myself to see equity strategies that helps current homeowners reach their financial goals by accessing the equity they have in their homes. We've seen a lot of that in the last few years. And so one mission that I stand solid in is to help people find financial stability through home ownership and to create a legacy of wealth that does often start with the ownership of your home. So, bridging affordability gaps for first-time homeowners is critical. Virginia Housing does a phenomenal job of providing programs that offer solutions to problems first-time homeowners face. So, instead of paying rent, people can build equity in their home, and it is the foundation that a lot of generational wealth starts with. So strategic refinances and debt consolidation are sometimes a solution for people. My customers have also used the equity in their home for education, retirement, and a beautiful experience that I had with a client recently was they needed fertility assistance, and they came to me, and I was shocked, but also it was very meaningful to be in that chapter of their life with them. So you never know how you're going to influence a person when you do their mortgage for them. I want to shift, and I help my customers shift their thought from what's my rate to what's my strategy. This brings an unmatched clarity and confidence to the consumer. I think we are experiencing a lot of fear in this market because people don't understand that as rates come down, housing prices are likely to go up because it's just economics. There's going to be more demand when people get confident because the news media is talking about how rates have come down. So they might not get that gain in a lower payment that they're expecting from a lower rate because the cost of the house is going to be more. Does that make sense to everyone? So starting to hear, we need to hear people talk about their concerns about their rate, but then expressing some clear solutions and talking to them about strategy along with homeownership is really critical. So I have a tool now to show side-by-side, and I need help with that, to show side-by-side comparisons of what makes economic sense for consumers. That's really what I'm excited to show you about, to show you today. And yeah? Okay, thank you. Okay, fantastic. So this is 4 examples of purchasing a $300,000 home. This is the type of information I would give any consumer that came to me. I would also use this tool for listings that you have or properties that you're building. In the first column, you're looking at a Virginia housing mortgage that a consumer could get. And look at this. They have very little out-of-pocket costs. Beyond that, a seller could pay $9,000 toward this consumer's closing cost and almost allow the purchaser to get in the home with under $500 out of pocket. So when a person comes to me that they haven't had time to, or they haven't had enough resources to save money to get into a house, this is a solution that I give them. Thank you, Virginia Housing, for offering such a great product. This is one of many. These 2 I want you to look at because a lot of people believe that a conventional loan requires 20% down. I'm here to tell you it doesn't. You can buy a home with 5% down, and this out-of-pocket cost can be lowered again by seller concession of $9,000. Builders, developers in the room, it might be advantageous to build into your cost something called a temporary buy-down. This is a phenomenal option. Look at this interest rate. It's a buy-down for 2 years, It does make a consumer's payment lower for the first couple years. It doesn't cost more out of pocket for the consumer, and it helps people turn the corner around that moment of fear that they're just not sure they should buy yet. This is also a good strategy when you're thinking about whether you need to lower a list price. Instead of coming down on your list price, consider a temporary buy down instead. That helps sustain the values of the properties that are selling, and it also helps turn the corner for the buyer. All right, let's get back into this presentation so I can wrap it up for you. Funding streams do matter. I volunteer with the Danville Neighborhood Development Corporation, and we're really working to fill appraisal problems. There are some communities that are a little softer on values. We've gone in, purchased homes, rehabilitated them, and put them back on the market for workforce, for workforce housing. So I've mentioned that Virginia Housing helps us get past barriers for financing. I'm a bronze production. I've been recognized as a bronze leader in the Virginia Housing products. I appreciate doing that. I'm always here. I know the mobile bus is around, and that's fantastic, but I'm always here to help people with the same products. And together we really can scale solutions like this in Southern Virginia. So stable families leads to resilient neighborhoods. Stronger workforce is a stronger economy, and increased tax base is better for our community. We can provide better education, and people are now really ready to reinvest in our community, and I think that's how we're going to build generational wealth across Southern Virginia. So let's educate our buyers with clarity tools. Let's elevate the client experience with AI and technology. For policymakers and funders, the flexible dollars that we're talking about today, that AMI of over 80 to 150% is critical. And Virginia Housing, thank you again for expanding proven programs with local partners like me and like many of us in the room. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on a topic that I am very passionate about. My name's Jim Manier, commercial lender at First National Bank. I have over 30 years experience as a dirt lender, and I cut my teeth up in Northern Virginia, came to my senses, moved down to Central Virginia where I've been over the past 20 years. I'm going to discuss the acquisition development process as well as apply it in a case study. Before I do, are there any developers still in the audience? We've got a few. We thank you and respect what you all do. It's a complicated process. Just want to thank you all for what you do. Thank you. Okay, so acquisition development. I'll move on to the next slide. A developer is the foundation of this process. That developer goes through a lot of different components to get through and determine if it's a good, successful, potentially viable project for them. What I've done is broken down a couple of those bullet points, and you'll see on the first two some of the big analysis for the developer before they even go to a next step is understanding the market. A lot of that also includes the supply and demand, what product type might be out there, whether it's single, mixed use, townhomes, patio homes, etc. They need to understand the market and the absorption. So one of the things they'll do is look to see how long they want to stay in this project. Is it a project they just want to develop and sell finished lots? Is it a project they want to build out? So there's the long or short term in there. Another component that is evaluated is a project capital need. that project capital need. I'll get to it in a little more detail down at the bottom. You'll see on that slide. But if a developer has a certain amount of capital to infuse in a project, then that does kind of collar the size of the project they can work on. Now, a developer is the foundation, but can't do everything. Over the years, what I've seen is three other partners that a developer needs to go through the process and to be succinct and successful. One is a good engineering group. Second is a good attorney, and the third is a good bank. You'll see on the next bullet point, zoning special use. The developer has that, is the visionary and has that process in their mind. They work with the engineer to get that on paper, to provide plats, to go through the approval process. And what an engineering group will help also is whether there's rezoning, special use applications that need to be applied for, but they'll go through that process, and you'll see the next bullet point from an engineering standpoint, provide drafts of plans, and then finally get to an engineering plans that will go in for final approval. With those are the specific plans that detail everything in the project. What they'll also, what has to happen at that point in time, and it depends on municipalities, a letter of credit for, it could be various things, but primarily erosion and sediment control with that plan approval would need to be funded, or a letter of credits. We provide letters of credits with each project we finance. Bonding is typically provided by insurance companies. From a letter of credit standpoint, with the plans would be erosion and sediment control, and that just supports the dollar amount for the development work to be completed on that project. Down below that, I also have utilities. Typically, public utilities are included on more of an urban subdivision, or one that's close in where they can tie into existing infrastructure. Well and septic is typically in a more rural subdivision. So that is where your engineering partner comes in to help through that process. Now, say it gets approved, or while it's being approved, you also look at financing if you're going to move in that direction. I'll say not all banks are created equal. And with that, I say respectfully, some banks, the risk profile just does not include financing acquisition development projects. So say you go through financing, I recommend get comfortable with, talk to at least a couple different banks, get comfortable with the process, the experience of the bank, and their procedures going through the financing piece. Also, and down below, you'll see the guidelines. This is where we're primarily created equal. There's three benchmarks that we primarily follow when we look at financing for a project. Two are loan to value, one's loan to cost. With the loan to cost, you'll see at the bottom of that page, acquisition development is limited to 85% of the loan to cost. You've got a $100,000 project, which I'll show in the case study. Bank can finance up to 85%. However, you've got two loan to value benchmarks. One is not to exceed 75% of the gross retail sell out in a project, which is basically taking the sales price for all those lots, getting appraised and coming out with a value. And again, I'll show this on the case study, but limited to 75% of the gross retail sell out. And then finally, we look at the discounted value to a single purchaser, and that's more of a stress test, but you'll see that's not to exceed 80%. So at this point, the developer has just gotten through financing. So on my next slide, we're moving into the development progress. So this is where I'm an A&D nerd. I love this form. It's an accountability form for all the parties involved. Typically, you use an AIA or equivalent form for the progression of draws. You'll see on the bottom where you have an area for the budgeted line items, and then you have your draw continuously progresses on this AIA form, and that's how it's monitored. But what this form does, it's accountable to the bank because we've got to review it to make sure it's accurate. Also on the first page, the developer or the developer's contractor has to sign off on it that the items that are being requested are items that were completed on the project, so there's accountability there. And lastly, the engineer will sign off attesting that the work is being completed according to the plans and specs that were approved on that project. So that will continue on until the project is built out. And then we get to the sellout piece. Typically, there are two primary methods to pay down an acquisition development loan. The first is 75% acceleration. So take 100 lots in a subdivision, multiply it by 75%. Bank will get paid out by that 75th lot. The developer will get a little piece of the settlement for each one, and then their primary profit comes from those last 25 lots in that project. Also, another less utilized method is up to 125% of cost per lot, which I'll talk about here on the case study. All right, from a case study standpoint, we've got 10 lots. Say it's they're an acre lot, $100,000 total cost for the project. You'll see up top, banks can lend up to 85%, which conforms, and I'll go and prove that through there. But you'll see under the first bullet point, the loan to cost at 85,000, it is 85%. Check, fits there. Then we'll look at the gross retail sellout value on the second bullet point. 200. Say they sell for $20,000 a piece, $200,000 gross sellout value. At 75%, that is $150,000. You take 85,000 divided by the 150, it's at a 57% loan to value. That checks off there. Discounted value to a single purchaser, what we'll do is take the gross retail sellout. There are selling costs. This is a stress scenario, sell out to a single purchaser. So what happens, the appraiser will take selling costs, and I've estimated them at 15%. So 200,000 at 15% gets you 170,000. Now there's also a discounted sellout or discount of that sellout value. So that comes out, it could be anywhere between, we've seen 20 to 35%. 127,500 at 25%, 85,000 divided by that, you hit 67% conforms. On the payoffs, all right, lastly, it's at a 75% acceleration in this scenario. You have 10 lots at 75, gets you 7.5. We rounded down to 7. 85,000 divided by 7 gets you 12,143. So that's what the bank will get paid off each lot, and then the remainder goes back to the developer net closing costs. In the other instance, looking at 125% of cost, we've got 85,000 times 125 getting total cost, 106,250 divided by total lots. You'll see it's a little more liberal on what a payoff amount is, which it is a lesser used, but also wanted to include that. So if anybody's looking to move in this direction, you can kind of see what you would be looking at going through this process. And with that, I hope it does give you enough information to take a look. And before I end, I'd like to make a couple introductions with other members of our local team. Today we have Sean Stone, our Senior Vice President, Chief Lending Officer. We've also got R.J. Weaver, who is our market leader here in Danville. And we also have David Hawker, there he is, Vice President, Commercial Loan Officer here at the bank. But we would love to talk to any of you if you have any interest or any questions in here. And with that, I thank you.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Tracy Gallahan, and I am the Chief Revenue Officer at First National Bank, having just completed 24 years of employment there. I'm a northerner, much like Jim. I was really north, state of Maine. I decided I was going to move to the right area in the country, and I feel like I very much made that right decision. Before I get into my program, I want to just thank Susan and Bonnie and everybody that I know that goes on putting these events. I know what goes into this, and it's extremely powerful and appreciative. And all of you out here are the true heroes, because, and especially the masterminds who thought about this 4 years ago. Having a housing summit like this just lifts every boat. And that is just incredible. And so my hat's off to everybody who even started having what I would have guessed coffee table conversations about doing the Housing Summit. I also want to thank my teammates, because there's 8 bankers here today, and that's why we thought this was so important that we took 8 of our resources to come here and spend the day with everybody, and it's really been a real pleasure. So thank you so much. It's been a meaningful day for so many of us in the housing space, and I don't think I'm the only one who feels that way. Before I get into what I'm wanting to share with you, though, I have a question I just want you to think about as I go through my presentation. If you could design the perfect lending partner for housing initiatives, what would they bring to the table beyond lending? So just think about that as I talk to you. I do want to share, and I think actually, if I go here, we'll go back to the way we were. Part of what goes into housing and being a true housing partner is reinvestment, reinvesting into our communities. And I'm really proud to say that, just as an example, since 2019, the bank formalized and created a First National Bank Community Impact Foundation. And with that, we've donated, since that time period, over $116,000, which is an employee-funded, employee-led, company-matched partnership. And we look at how we go out with our nonprofits that truly are the same neighbors that you all are impacting. So we work with the nonprofits, and much like Tammy said from the Virginia Housing Group, it's from homeless to people who are sheltered and in safe shelter. And so it's just a very meaningful piece, and in part of that is not only looking at the needs of today, but we as a company support 14 high schools in our footprint for financial literacy. As part of their graduating requirement, they must take a financial literacy course. We fund that. And by funding that, part of that curriculum includes budgeting. And not only do we want somebody to get into a home, we want them to be able to keep that home. So it's really smart for them to learn how to budget. So I'm really proud to say, of the 14 schools that we do support, 6 of them are all represented here today. We've got Dan River High School, we've got the Galileo Magnet High School, Tunstall, Chatham, Halifax, and Gretna. So that is just a tremendous effort that I think is worth mentioning, because I want to levitate the idea, not levitate, elevate it, that we all can be transactional. We can all be quantity, we can be volume, we can be dollars, but can we be relational? Because that, I think, is where the sweetest part actually happens. So mortgage options, local, national, non-traditional. I'm proud to say First National can do it all. As a national bank on the 30-year national market that you see all the great rates and you see all the rocket mortgage commercials all the time, we can do lending in all 50 states as a First National Bank, small community bank, 116 years old, and we can do that. But even equally important, when those requests don't fit in that national box, we have a robust portfolio program that we really look to being able to say yes. We look for ways If we are not there, that's a delayed yes. How long do we have to help the client to get them to that point where we can say it is a yes? In addition, we partner with housing authorities. I am so proud to say I have had a tremendous career in the real estate lending world, but there is nothing that has ever come close to making me be more proud of it than when I have worked with the Lynchburg Housing Authority and the Habitat for Humanity chapter of Lynchburg and helped somebody have a mortgage payment in a brand new house at less than $400 a month. And we financed it, but we kept that loan. We've done that in many cases. We've got another one that we're looking at doing with partnering. So for those of you that are in the housing authority space, habitat space, we want to talk to you. It is a big deal for us to make those kind of differences. So please, please don't hesitate to reach out. We also have access to the federal grants. So in those that we do with the Housing Authority and the Habitat brought the human muscle and talent to build. The Housing Authority had properties that the city of Lynchburg had given to them to be able to repurpose. They destroyed it. There was a dilapidated home there, destroyed it and put a brand new one up. Some of them, because of the client's needs, we were able to build them with ADA compliance to begin with. Counters were all right the height. They could roll into their showers. There's just nothing that really tops that. And I think I've had some great opportunities to top that. But to see these smiles, I mean, one of our customers unfortunately he's since passed through the pandemic, but he was 63 years old, and it was the first time anyone in his family owned a home. And that was a big deal. And his payment was under $600 a month. He couldn't even get rent for that. We also have down payment assistance programs. We are a member of the Federal Home Loan Bank of Atlanta, as it was mentioned earlier. We do partner with Virginia Housing through our partnership with CNF Mortgage, subsidiary of CNF Bank. I've served on the board at the Virginia Homeownership Counseling for 9 years, and I have to tell you, I think you probably get a good sense of how VHDA is, but you got to go there all the time just to see 9 years of behind the curtain. I have never seen a group of people, and a lot, not just who came today, that truly passionate about what they do in that space. And it's incredible beyond home ownership what they do. I drove 2.5 hours one way for meetings when I was part of the homeowners, and you know what? I never complained. It was so worthwhile. So I cannot say enough about working with Virginia Housing. We also work, like I said, with the local community organizations as well. I've already said what I want to say there. Now, one thing I will say, a feather in our cap, I've since come off the board in January. We will always be known, we being First National Bank, as the first lender they were aware of that did a shipping container house. And that was a lot of fun. It was 3 shipping containers, all brand new, bought from Sonny Merriman in Campbell County. And they were a customer of the bank, and our president and CEO, when he heard about we did a shipping container, was like, who approved that? And I go, I did. I did. And I'll tell you, it was fun. They've never not paid. Now shipping containers are a little less new, and so we got comps, but there was some appraisal comps, so we couldn't do that on secondary market. But I was like, we're going to do it, and we did it on in-house. So very excited to be part of trailblazing new ways of doing home domiciles, because there's a lot of them, tiny homes. Of course, you got to deal with the zoning issues that might still exist there, but again, I just applaud Virginia Housing, because you do make a big difference, and not every state in our country is as blessed to have such a robust, passionate group of people. My second favorite place to live in is residential construction lending. So how many of you in this room, whether it was kindergarten, first grade, have taken some crayons and a white piece of construction paper and been asked by your teacher to draw your dream home? Now, some of the younger people in this room might know I use Sims. okay? Or CAD for some of the really engineerily smart people. But when we were little, didn't we all draw that, you know, white picket fence, 2 kids, 2 dogs, you know, that kind of thing? This is fun. When you get to construct and decide where your grandmother's hutch that you got passed down, where it's going to fit, well, you're going to design that room where you want it to go, and that hutch is going to fit perfectly. So it is a lot of fun to do residential construction. In my years, and I'm aging myself, but 34 years in banking, it has changed a lot, and some of the players don't want to lend anymore in this space. It is a risky product to lend. That's why we're very good at what we do up front to make sure, again, we're going to have a successful project, not just for us, but for the person who wants to call it home. But we look at this and we like, well, how do we make sure that we're not a barrier to entry into the construction space? And then we listen to the customers. We're like, well, you know, that could have been a little bit easier. We're like, okay, let's challenge ourselves. How do we make that smoother? How do we make it less friction felt? And so we have, thanks to Jim and a lot of the other commercial lenders, have a tremendous relationship with a lot of our, what we call builders, dirt builders, developers, all that good stuff, that those customers need to have a permanent mortgage, and that's when our team steps up and really collaborates with our commercial team and working with those builders. And you really know it's complimentary, that you're doing it right, when those builders come to you and go, I want to build my house, and I want you to give me the money. So that's the huge compliment, and that's, again, I think really elevates community banking. I am happy to say that we do have a pretty awesome program that we've rolled out recently, but most of the structure on a construction lending is a 1-year term, interest only on what's drawn as you're using it, as the house is being built, and it's prime plus. Maybe somebody has a 1 to it, or they don't have anything added to it. We love this space so much, we decided let's do prime minus 1. So for 12 months during that time, it's whatever the prime rate is, minus 1%. In rates today, 1% is more money in our customers' pockets. That's a pretty big deal. So again, if it's something that you're interested in, you've got a client, for our realtors in the room, you got a customer that you know is looking for land, they find the land, now they need to build, maybe you're a contact for them for the builder. I will tell you, we meet a lot with customers who are like, well, what builders would, you know, have you worked with? And we're like, well, who are you talking to? And, you know, we just make sure they've rounded out all their options and whatnot. So very excited to be in this space. Again, we heard a lot of great things today about opportunity with tax credits and grants. And I was even more educated on what Virginia Housing is doing, and it's pretty exciting. And lastly, I just want to brag on my team. They're all here today with Kevin Filiberto as our Vice President Mortgage Production Manager, Jeff Walker, who's Vice President Branch Manager of our Alta Vista branch, and then Kathy Bain, who's our recent hire of a little over a year ago now when we moved out into South Boston, and we just had a ribbon cutting to grand open our branch that we opened in January. But Kathy has 34 years of banking, so she's not new to the gig. But between the 3 of them, they have 60 years of lending experience. And that experience is what we pass on to our customers so that we make sure that they're getting the best of the best. So again, I just want to say thank you. Thank you, Susan. I bet you're going to sleep really well tonight. And I do want to say that if you did not stop by our booth, you should, because it's very rare. But UVA is ranked in the country right now with sports, but we are giving away next Saturday's game 2 tickets, row G, lower level, like the 40, 35-yard line, 2 tickets to next Saturday's game at 6:30 against Washington State. So if you haven't put your business card or an enter to win in there, you're going to want to do that, because I don't know how much longer they're going to stay ranked, but I'm pretty happy as a Wahoo. I know I'm in Hokie territory as well. They're not doing as great right now, so UVA is going to leverage that as much as we can at this time. But again, thank you so much. Thank you for all the tireless stuff you do, and especially all those days where you're like, gee, that was kind of a thankless effort. It doesn't go unnoticed. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. Thanks for hanging in there. It's getting a little long in the tooth, but hey, I'll make a deal with you. If you just stick with me for a little while, I'll be brief and speed this up about 1.5 times. Is that okay? All right, good. I'm Ted Laws. I'm the market leader for Atlantic Union Bank here in Danville and in Southside, Virginia. It's a pleasure to be here and to be a presenting sponsor. Thank you, Susan, for all you do. I always put a couple of blank slides in the front of my presentation. You got to catch the theme of the day, right? It's kind of what's going on today. What did you hear? Okay, what I heard was if you think interest rates at 6% are high, God bless you, because you're in a different generation than I am, okay? Number two, Dave Voss talked about the White Mill Project, Dan River Falls. That took 6 months of my life, and for him to say that that was a complex financial transaction was an understatement. I think I have at least 900 emails in my box regarding that project, and I think the closing documents were over 200. So a phenomenal project for Danville. Coming here in 2012 and seeing all of the work that had been done by all of the community leaders, and to see that project come to fruition is wonderful. And lastly, I think Ken Danter did all this market data. Well, that's good stuff, good numbers. I think last Sunday afternoon was a beautiful afternoon. I was out on my motorcycle riding around, went to pick up Melinda in Wake Forest so we could go riding. And so we went out, I guess you'd call them the halo cities around Raleigh, and read about these markets, Holly Springs, Apex, Wake Forest, Johnston County. And I cannot tell you, being a farm boy, what it means to see those farms leveled with 10 320 Caterpillar excavators lined up, 5 articulated dump trucks. I mean, the housing market there is exploding. And so I come to work in Danville every day, and I hear all the comments that are made, and I'm thinking, wow, that is quite a difference. But what happened long ago in that market that is happening now here? The economic development, the recruitment of employers, we're seeing it. But I'll tell you this, I'd much rather drive in Danville traffic than I had Raleigh's traffic. I'd much rather come here every day than go there and sit on I-40. So I think what hasn't been mentioned is what we're seeing is just the benefit of a quality of life, the affordability, and I think sometimes we take that for granted. So let me fly through these slides for you. Okay, read all that real quick, Sean. That's what you do when you go on your phone. You said, I agree, you did all that. You did it again. Bam. Okay. You don't know what you just agreed to. But anyway, quick slide. Atlantic Union Bank merged with American National back in 2024. We know that. Here's a little synopsis of what Atlantic Union is. It's a $37 billion bank. Total loans, $27 billion. Total deposits. You can see the market outline. This weekend we're closing on the conversion of Sandy Spring Bank, which brought a huge presence up into Greater Washington and to Maryland. So that's going on as we speak. Future growth slated for North Carolina, Raleigh, Wilmington in particular. So a little bit about the bank. Look at the top left. It says what? Soundness, profitability, growth. That's what we live by, those three things. And soundness, I think this will come to be important as we go through. Caring, courageous, and committed, that's what we live every day. That is our core value. And so when I thought about that, when I see it from the aspect of the bank, it really, coming to Danville in 2012 and watching what happened with economic development, with growth, with all of the changes, I would submit that the caring, courageous, and committed not only applies to our bank every day, but to the community leaders that have done what they've done. This just shows our cumulative compounded annual growth rate. We're a strong bank. Why that's important, we'll get to in a minute. Loans, deposits, assets, over 16% in all categories. Capital position, if you got banks in your community that are funding economic growth, you want them to be strong, right? We saw what happened in 2007, 2008 when the banks disappeared, economies, so there we are. Don't worry about these numbers. We're just really strong bank compared to the minimums. Don't worry about these numbers either. I just wanted you to see the total loan portfolio, $27.3 billion. Just notice in that ring there are a lot of different colors. That's all I want you to remember, okay? Don't worry about the numbers. A lot of different colors, which means what? A well-diversified loan portfolio in all categories. No major concentration, which is important. You may be hearing in the news, I don't know, lately, banks, in particular, CRE, commercial real estate loans. And as I was preparing my remarks, let me know if I'm going long, Steph, I'm almost through. Pulled out an article. Commercial real estate loans comprise a major portion of many banks' loan portfolios. Demand for CRE lending, traditional core business of many community banks, has been very strong in recent years. And a growing number of banks have CRE concentrations that are high by individual standards. Growth in land acquisition, development, and construction lending has been especially pronounced. Many de novo banks in areas with significant job and population growth, the East and West Coast, have used ADC loans as the primary asset class to drive growth. The rapid growth in CRE exposures in recent years presents additional challenges for bank management as it monitors and controls its risk may not have faced in the past. My only point being, you don't want to get too concentrated, and we're beginning to hear this again. This article was written in 2007. We know what happened in 2008. So the FDIC and the Federal Reserve were already watching banks. Don't get concentrated in too much land lending, okay? So that's the importance of this slide, in that we do not have that concentration. What we work on pretty much every day is C&I lending, operating businesses, supporting the trades, other things relative to construction. This will give you an idea of our multifamily portfolio. Average multifamily loan at the bank, $3.1 million, and the medium multifamily loan. Kind of our concentration. We're well below where we need to be at a 300% of capital, so the bank has capacity. I would say about $1 billion for acquisition, development, multifamily. And that's it. Thank you very much. I promised. Thank you, Susan.
Good afternoon. My name is Jay Brown. I'm the area sales manager for Atlantic Union Bank Home Loans Division. I work on a day-to-day basis with Katie Smith and Jordan Meadows, who are the lenders across Southside Virginia, and I appreciate everybody hanging in there. You're probably having that post-lunch sugar crash. There's still desserts back there, so I welcome you to go have a second while we go through the last couple presentations here. Let me see how you do this thing. There we go. I was glad Ted brought up the Caring, Courageous, Committed, and I'm going to focus on the last one. And so if you look at the slide, this is our commitment to the communities that we're serving. We're putting our money where our mouth is, and we want to be part of the solution to the problem that we've talked about over and over, which is affordability. That's one of the #1 barriers right now to home ownership. It's being able to afford it. House prices are accelerating faster than wages are. So we're actually putting up, I think it's over a 5-year period, it's an $11 billion commitment. A lot of that coming through our wholesale team, a lot of that coming through home loans. I'm going to focus on the part that's coming through the home loans department. But we're actually coming up with these initiatives to overcome the barriers to home ownership. We've committed $6 billion to residential lending. That's through a variety of our programs. Some of them are going to be what we sell on the secondary market through our partners with Virginia Housing, FHA, VA, whatever. We also have a portfolio program that we're really trying to enhance to make a better option for our buyers across the region. We're also committing $2 million of down payment assistance. That's something that we're rolling out that'll be in addition to what we do with the Federal Home Loan Bank. Just to give you an idea, the Federal Home Loan Bank actually limits every one of their member institutions to a hard dollar limit. We exhaust that every year. This year we gave out over $800,000 of grants. That is money that first-time home buyers or repeat buyers can use that they do not have to repay. Last year we went through the first-time home buyer grant. I think it was $500,000 limit. I think we exhausted $470,000 of that. So these programs are out there. We have the people on the grounds that know how to utilize them and put this money into our buyers' pockets when they're buying these first homes. In addition to the financial commitment, we're also committing hours and time, and we're also devoting people to this cause. We have specialty lenders across our markets that this is their focus, is to help borrowers in the LMI space achieve that dream of home ownership. So again, we're committing time, dollars, and people to this cause. Let's see here. Kind of going through again programs we have for first-time home buyers. Already kind of spoke of them a little bit. You know, you've got all your standard programs, our partnership with Virginia Housing, and then we have this STAR program that I do want to spend a little bit more time on. I'll come back to that. So this is our Steps Toward Achieving Results program. This is again a portfolio program. You can only get it at Atlantic Union Bank, and it's for low to moderate income buyers that are under 100% of the area median income. And what we'll do, if you have a credit score of 700, we will finance 100% with no PMI. And that's strictly a program that we offer. You can't get anywhere else. All the funding comes from Atlantic Union Bank. We'll also work with the home loan banks to get a grant, and we can maybe combine those two programs together. So there's all kinds of things that we have available, all the tools in the toolbox that we try to combine to find the best solution when people are trying to buy a home, either for the first or move-up buyers. Going back, kind of talked about some of the home buyer education that we have. We do have a partnership with Bonsai that we roll out. We do a lot of first-time home buyer seminars, and we have tools to really help educate our buyers as they're moving into the space to look to buy a home for the first time. So just a lot of tools, great programs, a financial commitment, and we'd love to talk to any of you again more about these to kind of go over it in more detail. So just let us know if we can help you with that. So I think I won for the quickest too. So.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm James Kabler. I'm the Community Development Lender here at Carter Bank. I understand that I'm the last presenter here between you and the door, so I'll try to make it as quick as efficient as possible. I just want to give you an overview about Carter Bank and how we like to impact the community and build relationships in the communities that we serve. So, Carter Bank, we've been around for over 50 years. We're beginning here with the first branch here in Rocky Mount. And today, we operate in over 66 branches across Virginia and North Carolina. We have over $4 billion in assets and deposits, and we're proud to be a community-focused bank. We're headquartered in the beautiful city of Martinsville, and we have branches throughout almost every single locality that's here today. So definitely, I want to thank you all for all that you do. I want to thank Susan for having us here. We truly appreciate the opportunity to let you know a little bit about Carter Bank. Our purpose is to create opportunities for more people and businesses to prosper. We have our Southern Virginia team here, so we're not just a name on a sign, we are truly local. Our team includes branch managers, business bankers, mortgage loan originators, commercial lenders, community development lenders like myself. Whether it's your first-time home buyer, downtown redevelopment, or multifamily project, our team is equipped to help you. Here with me today, I do have Beverly Lau, our CRA and Fair Lending officer, and also Chastity Hankins, our business banker. So if you guys could raise your hands, I definitely appreciate them being here with me today. So it's all about rewarding relationships. Building relationships is extremely important to Carter Bank. We definitely want to be a financial partner. We want to get to understand your needs and what it truly means to be your bank of choice. So first, let's start with on the mortgage side. just want to give a super high-level overview of it as it pertains to affordable housing and home ownership, and some things that we can do as a community bank to eliminate some of those barriers. So first, we have one of our mortgage loan products that requires no down payment. So it's an ideal for a first-time home buyer, and it just kind of removes some of the barriers to home ownership. So our mortgage loan officer here in the region, her name is Debbie Smith. She'd be happy to answer any in-depth questions. For you realtors in the room, these are definitely something that you can make sure that your potential home buyers are aware that our bank is able to offer. We're happy to answer those questions. This is our CRA mortgage product. You've heard CRA mentioned before. It's definitely something with the Community Reinvestment Act that community banks are definitely take a vested interest in the communities that we serve and how we can help LMI individuals prosper. So this is some of our more traditional mortgage loan products. You've seen this before at conventional FHA. FHA is loans where it has flexible credit requirements, and you have down payments as low as 3.5%. We also have USDA and VA loans as well that can offer up to 100% financing for our qualified community partners, and also offers low mortgage insurance. And how we do that is we have home buyer grant assistance opportunities. Again, this is for the realtors in the room to make sure that their first-time home buyers are aware of these opportunities. In order to get these, we do partner with the Federal Home Loan Bank of Atlanta. You've heard that mentioned before. But with that comes some opportunities for us to provide programs and grants that are accessible for those buyers. So you can see them here with our Workforce Housing Plus program. It's offering up to $15,000 in down payment and closing cost assistance. We also have our community partner program, and that's for our educators, healthcare workers, first responders, and veterans as well. So we also try to make it as easy as possible. We do have mobile and online banking services that you can apply for your mortgage. So super convenient. This just gives a little bit of information about that in that process. It is something that you can do completely on your mobile phone to make it easier for those home buyers if they track their applications, particularly for you realtors if you're wondering whether or not your borrower is pre-approved before. This is a great tool for you to be able to use. So definitely check that out. I also wanted to touch on our commercial and community development lending. This is just a high-level overview as it pertains to affordable housing. We do offer a full gamut of service, including C&I. Bill Kirby is our commercial lender here. Myself as well, I focus on the community development lending aspect with affordable housing and lending to municipalities and debt service that you guys issue. We also have had an historic history of doing a lot of development here in the region. You guys might have worked with Don D. Hart or John Wales in the past, so we have a lot of projects, and we're proud to be continuing to lend here in the area. So these are just some examples where we do permanent lending. You heard CRE before. That's extremely what we're well versed in. We also do construction loans and bridge financing for LIHTC. So just wanted to give some resources we've heard throughout the day, some things that we're used to working with as well, which is the low-income housing tax credit. It's a great vehicle to use. Virginia Housing has done an amazing job administering that program and continues to evolve it. So it's really exciting to hear some of the news that they provided today, particularly in some of the innovative programs that they have. So you as developers, as you continue to build your relationships and you continue to network, hopefully Virginia Housing is someone that you've talked to. If not, hopefully you will talk with them today and learn some of those different initiatives they have, and also work with your municipalities. Municipalities are eager to be able to develop, and that's shown today. And then as a financial partner, Carter Bank, we're happy to have those discussions and how you can finance those when you look at your capital stack, and then we can look at the project as well. So happy to look at that. This just gives a breakdown of kind of a super high overview of what kind of LIHTC is and how it's an incentive for you all to lower the cost and offer affordable housing to LMI individuals. So these are just some of the benefits that I mentioned before. And then we also have opportunity zones. You heard that as well. There are over 212 opportunity zones within Virginia. This is just a map here of this region. It truly is something to where, if you're interested in that, definitely encourage you to talk with tax advisors and also Virginia Housing and municipalities to see how you can utilize opportunity zones in your development. There's a lot of tools out here to help you all develop properties, whether it be in distressed communities, and a lot of vehicles aimed at trying to assist LMI individuals, and this is just one of those to spur development. So if you're curious about these things, definitely have these conversations with your municipalities and Virginia Housing, and they can give you a little bit more detail and how you can actually work with a financial institution as well as part of your capital stack to understands how this works as well. And another piece that we do as part of our CRA and how we work with the community is all about financial education. So financial education courses, it's something that we offer throughout their entire footprint. So definitely want to have a local presence here. We offer both for adults and also for businesses as well. So we work with FDIC Money Smart program to provide classes. We do budgeting, savings, credit building, how to help you with first-time homebuyer education as well, working with different partners in the nonprofit space also. So if you are a nonprofit that deals with trying to assist people in home ownership, we're happy to come in and have conversations with you about how to administer your financial education program if you don't already have that expertise in-house. So definitely enjoy working with those groups. We want to support them as much as possible. And also for businesses, we offer courses for cash flow, just basic budgeting. If you're interested in starting a business, just having conversations with you on what that actually takes and what that looks like. So just working with those, with business owners, both small business and large business as well, coming in and educating folks is definitely something that we're passionate in. So just wanted to thank you for your time. Thank you for sticking with us. And I will turn it back over to you.
Again, I'm the guy with the mic, so does anyone have any questions? I'll bring the mic out to you. Going once, going twice. All right, again, thank our panel, please. Susan's got this part, I don't know. I was a fill-in last night, so.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I think I just want to go ahead. I just got the permission from Susan to go ahead and close so we can, get ready to hit the road and maybe kind of connect with everybody who just presented. I'm Natalia Ardas. I'm the head of community impact for Atlantic Union Bank. So I guess you heard a lot from my bank. I'm not going to repeat everything. And I'm just going to echo some of the sentiments from the previous panel. Before we wrap up, I just want to extend a heartfelt welcome and thank you for all of the elected officials that were here today, and also a big thank you to the Division of Director of course, Susan, as a Director of Housing and Community Development, and in the Community Development Department here as well. At Atlantic Union Bank, we sponsor these events because we are, really proud of our activities in the housing market and of the impact our teammates make in our community. Just here in Danville, we invested about 120 hours of volunteer service and over $125,000 in the last 2 years. We don't talk the talk, we walk the walk, so I guess you saw a lot of our presentation out there. And the banks were very competitive, but in this space we're very collaborative. So I see James all the time, I see Amber, so we work super closely with our other partner banks as well. I just want to say thank you so much for being part of this important conversation, and let's keep the momentum going together. Thank you.